late because I have to fucking do internet tests. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam. I know TikTok and I know what it's gonna do. Bam, 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 bam. Boop. That. Perfect. Hello, slow, lazy, sloth, welcome in. Oh. Dude. Dude. Turn time to turn TikTok on ye. Boop, bop, bop, boop, bop. Here we go, TikTok's open for business. Apologies for yesterday and kind of today as well. My fibro, my allergies been kicking me in the fucking teeth. It sucks. I would wake up and I'd be like, ah, ah. Good night. You have a good night, V. Laser. Lasers! Good night. Ah! It gets disintegrated. Ah! I have a lot of money. Bonus jobs. Hey, bonus jobs? Download shit from the store page? Get specialist. I could. Oh yeah, I did the Final Fantasy and the Tomb Raider one, but I have to buy. Alice's Adventure. Shrek, Wallace and Gromit, SpongeBob, SpongeBob. How much does SpongeBob cost? $8. $8 for SpongeBob. $8 for SpongeBob. I don't want to pay $8 for SpongeBob. I want to pay $8 for no SpongeBob. Oh. Yeah, just... out of trouble with Don Cornelio and his grunts for a while. I know. Doesn't this place kind of explode and die? Isn't this place technically gone? Like, did I power wash it before it exploded? feel like it did. Hey. Go into a level. Hey. What did I do? What? It's so upsetting to see the bar look like this. Thanks, Tifa. Stop talking to me. Stop talking to me, Tifa. I'm in your head. I'm not real. Tifa, stop. I'm not real. I know it's not the fanciest, but it's like home for us and our regulars. A place for people to get homemade food and escape from the daily grind. Tifa, stop. I'm not real. I'm a figment of your imagination. The place isn't dirty. It's just all in your head. It's all in the head. Trust? Yeah. Is that mold? Die, mold. Get rid of the credly mold. What the fuck am I doing? I don't know. Just existing. Alright, cool. Get dirt. Oh, you can't hide. Yeah. Perfect. Three chairs complete. It's perfect. Also, I just woke up, so if my voice sounds weird, it's because I just woke up. I have like this really heavy grog in my voice when I first wake up. How do I change? Ooh. Thank you for the wonderful memories. You're welcome. Die, dirt. The accident. Yeah, I'm supposed to be yapping. But all I see is a whole lot of power washing. Ah, fucking a whole lot of power. I did have a lot of stuff I wanted to yap about. I didn't feel like playing like a major game or something like that at the moment. I've been kind of tired. My Crohn's disease has been kind of, and fiber right now, just been kicking me in the ass recently. So I don't really feel like I have the energy at times to deal with some of this shit. Because I also contemplated streaming today. Because how tired I was. My sleep schedule's all out of whack, too. That's a big contributing to probably why my fiber right now just kicking my ass. Clean. You become clean. Aha. Arrows are clean. But, like, all seriousness, I've been pretty exhausted and kind of partially burnt out a little bit. I don't know why I've been so burnt out. Like, personally, I don't know why I'm feeling like this, like, streamer burnout. Because I like what I do. A lot. Maybe it's just that I feel like maybe it's because, again, you know, I should be doing other things with my time to, like, further my life. Instead of setting some time away to just stream. You know, which is kind of like more of like my only time to talk with people. Realistically. It's my only time to communicate with people, because 99% of the time I am just, like, I don't know, I'm just like, you know, hanging out with, like, or like, not really hanging out, I mean, like, you know, just applying to shit is what I meant. My brain's all confused. Just basically, I'm just, like, constantly, like, applying to, like, job applications, and then failing, and feeling bad about failing, and then getting angry at myself for failing. And so I've been on, like, this grind where I'm like, I don't deserve to stream. Because I should be doing other things. There are games I want to afford and buy. You know, new equipment I would like to get. Savings to have. You know what I mean? And, like, I just can't seem to get a job. I can't seem to land anything. And so the burnout, I feel like, isn't coming from streaming-wise. It's coming from the fact that the current job market just actually just sucks piss ass. It's like, I want to exist. I want to buy my own games. I want to hang out with people without feeling like immense, like, regret about my decisions. Because the time that I'm spending here, that literally gives me happiness, that happiness I shouldn't be happy. Because I don't deserve to be happy if I can't fucking contribute to shit. And a part of me knows that that's stupid. But a part of me is just like, it's been 3 years. It's been 3 years. Mind you, not with the lack of trying, with an extreme prejudice on trying a lot and failing. And I think that's like the most disappointing part. Is that it feels like no matter how much I try to, like, get things right, no matter how many times I try to solve my own problems, it just seems like I'm always just on the back foot. I'll whoop you, cat. How dare you? How dare you scream? I'm gonna whoop ya. Mama. Got her with the cuddles. With the cuddles and shit. Give her all the cuddles in the world. She's like, ah. Those. Going back to what I was saying, is it just feels like I don't, and I've worked hard for streaming stuff, you know what I mean? So, hello, Julby. You know, like, I've been working really hard on my streaming stuff, but you know, a part of me feels like I have to show results. I don't know if that's just because of my family, because a lot of times I had like things I wanted to do. Like I wanted to be a voice actor for people who didn't know. I wanted to be a voice actor. But if I didn't show immediate results in my life with like family, they would just shun me down and be like, oh, you know, and then they would give me like 1,000 excuses as to why I shouldn't do that. And so I never pushed for it because I didn't want to disappoint my family. And trauma dumping, shut up. Whatever. Anyway, it's for a point, right? I know why I feel the way that I do. Personally, this is why I'm still here right now doing what I'm doing, regardless of those feelings. Because I know myself, I know what I want in life, and I know that in order to make it happen, I have to work towards it. That's why I want to be a streamer, that's why I want to be an entertainer. So I'm doing everything in my power to... Like, I'm doing everything in my power to, like, figure it out, you know what I mean? Why is Barrett's arm here? The fuck? No, seriously, the fuck? That one's a little mysterious. But... I don't know. Maybe it's just me, you know, like I usually think it's just overreacting and overthinking a lot of this stuff. Cause, like, to me personally, I'm not like the most entertaining creature out there. There's so many amazing content creators and streamers that I watch personally that I think are just fundamentally better. And a part of it is also like you gotta get lucky. You gotta, you know, this and that. And, you know, I made comments about joining, you know, trying to join Hollow Stars or whatever the fuck. And lo and behold, they're going through some pretty horrid shit recently. If anybody doesn't know, they're basically, like, essentially partially defunded. Like, due to poor mismanagement of the entire branch. Because I'm not gonna lie, the Hollow Stars boys could absolutely be one of the biggest things, just like Hollow Live, if they just put the fucking resources. I'm not gonna lie to you. It sucks that, you know, with not enough management and not enough care to something, and not enough luck, which a lot of it really wasn't luck. They were pretty good at what they did. But because they were just poorly advertised and basically thrown into the back foot, I think that, like, literally Hollow Stars specifically were forced into this avenue where they were treated with, like, less. Whoa, double vision correction here. That's crazy. Oh, you're Pedro. Now that really doesn't make sense. Who doesn't leave the house without this shit? Where the fuck are they? But, just to keep going about the things I was talking about, it's just like, for those of you who didn't know, it's like, even if I'm trans, I don't feel like joining, you know, I mean, it takes time to find your target audience, that's true, you know, saying, it just, again, I've been doing this for 10 plus years, you know? Like, when is enough? When is it time to give up? You know what I mean? The part of my brain's like, when is it time for you to just give up on your stupid fucking dream, you kid? You're making everybody else suffer because you're too stupid and too fucking annoying to just say enough is enough and just go condemn yourself to working a shitty job you're gonna hate, and then you're gonna off yourself. Like, a part of my brain knows what's gonna happen if I give up on my dreams. Just think. No matter how hard I try to, like, live for others, there's a part of me that's gonna always feel a tinge. Thanks, Tifa. Why is Tifa talking to me about Mako Mako right now? I am a Powerwash simulator man, and I'm too busy. Powerwash. It's the lifeblood of our planet. You work have you worked collabs with others? I mean, yeah, like this Saturday is Outlast Trials collaboration. The problem is also collaborations are quite hard to pull off. You know, first off, scheduling it is already a lengthy task because it's finding a game that everybody has, figuring out if they're in the mood to play that game, because that's another thing you have to think about. Then you have to like schedule, collaborate, you know, on like schedule like exactly what date and all that other stuff. Then you got to figure out who's going to be in the collaboration at that time. And then also you got to think about like, you know, all sorts of X factors, especially if you're trying to invite new people, for example. Because if you don't know that person, there's like one of two scenarios that are gonna happen. Number one, when you reach out to somebody, they'll just ignore you, which is perfectly reasonable. I mean, sure. And or two, they'll contact you and you'll set something up, but then they just go, that's also perfectly fine. It's like sometimes you don't mesh with people, you know what I mean? And sometimes you mesh with people, but people are busy and you can't really do much about that. So while collaboration is a huge part of it, I personally believe that you should also do you should do some solo stuff, because your solo content is just as important. And that comes from somebody who was always with people back in the day with my ex-friends, you know? Whenever I streamed, I was with people, and if your content relies on other people and less of it on yourself, then it'll become harder to stream, you know what I mean? Because you feel like you can't be funny or entertaining without others. You rely on it like a crutch, when you could try to do things on your own. Nothing wrong with trying and having a more niche thing with other people, but people come to see you. I know dinosaur fact. Ileosaurus could open its jaws 90 degrees. Whoa! Oh! Boggers. Everyone look like Slender Man. Slender Man. Apparently, I didn't know this, but I recently looked at the Slender Man Arrivals game, and apparently they're working on a DLC for the game. They got delayed a little bit, but apparently they're coming back to that fucking old-ass game to make a DLC chapters. Like, to make DLC chapters. And I said, damn! That's crazy. Jarvis, give the streamer a donut. Have a donut. Donuts are good. They're delicious. Jarvis, castrate this man's balls. Has anybody seen the fucking, like... There's, like, this viral image going around of a man where there was, like, this lady, and she was, like... I guess she was, like, working out or something like that, or some shit, and she was, like, a very, very well, like, active lady. She looked really good for, like, with all, like, that. And I think she was just showing off, like, some workout footage or something. I don't remember what the photo was, because the part that made me laugh was the guy who put in the... Grok... Make them naked, but put the image of Tony Stark with the smiling thing inside of his thing, like Jarvis, and then it just made Steve Rogers naked. Or excuse me, if I could, you know who I'm talking about. Sorry, I have to made Iron Man naked inside the thing, and it was really funny. It was really fucking funny because it was really stupid. Make her naked, makes not her naked. Because he put in another image like a fucking idiot. Act like he had some sort of giga brain play. Also, that kind of concerns me. You know what I mean? That's why I haven't really uploaded photos of stuff very often on that platform, because people just use Grok to see people naked, and I'm just like, why? Why are you weird? Why are you weird? Why are you like this? I don't know. It's kind of funny. But go back to like the whole streaming thing. I know myself, this is just an annual thing. I just get like this annual season depression, I guess, whenever I start streaming for too long. Like, a part of me, it's because of my family being incredibly successful at everything that they ever set their mind to. Like, my family is extremely gifted, except for me. I am the only ungifted one in my family. All of my family members are insanely gifted. My dad can literally do anything he puts his mind to. My mom is an incredible therapist, who's an amazing singer. You know, they were both both my parents are break dancers. Not a joke. That's how they met. And like, it's just, and then like, you know, I'm born and I'm neurodivergent and really fucked up in the head. It can't do anything. Like, anything good. And then, on top of that, my brother inherits the artist half of our family and is an amazing artist, and I'm so proud of them for that. That's what they want to achieve, and that's what I want to go for. I'm super proud of them. And I'm so happy for them, because they seem really happy about being able to go to college for art and stuff like that, and they were able to animate and stuff like that, just without any prior knowledge. I think it's really cool. And, like, so I just kind of just, like, fucking sit here and I'm like, man, what the fuck am I? Like, I'm not really good at anything. Like, and then the other problem is I vicariously, like, look at other people's examples. Like, I look at people like Amelie and, like, Sayu, and I'm like, man, I could never do that. No matter how hard I push, I guess the circumstances of my life make it so that I'm always constantly trying to, like, I'm trying to better myself, but by bettering myself, I'm constantly shitting on myself. My roommate is screaming, why? As he's getting his ass beaten in My Hero Academia Battle Royale game. I wish that I could, like, not think like that. Because I know myself. I feel like I have talents. I feel like I'm at least somewhat entertaining, potentially. I don't know. Potentially. Because there are people here that watch the stream consistently, and I'm proud of that. For what I have accomplished, I'm proud of that. I have people that I can name at the top of my head. You know? Sorry, Capri Sun. Because having the community I have right now. Also, hello Matthew, welcome in. Having the community that I have right now on TikTok, YouTubes, and whatnot. Also, I have like 1,000 like subscribers on YouTube, which again, I never thought that would ever happen. What are you gonna? Think they're gonna make a Charlie Kirk coin? I don't know. Maybe. Look, let that guy rest in peace, man. I'm, like, for me personally, I'm just done talking about that guy. Like, I have friends who don't like him because of obvious things he said, you know? And all that stuff. But a dead man's a dead man, you know? Let him rest. It's unfortunate that he had to die. Even, and, like, again, the LGBT community, they were basically celebrating his death and glorifying a killer. You're no better than Kirk was with your behavior, and so I always will look at it like that. Like, you can't stand on moral high ground and then immediately fucking wish death on people. You're stupid. You can disagree with someone without fucking trying to kill him. That's all I'm saying. I'm just tired of that type of shit. And then, like, dude's been dead for a while now. Let him rest. Let his family chill out. Stop using him as a fucking agenda for your bullshit. I don't give a fuck, like, what you want or what you're trying to say or do. Just let the guy fucking sleep. I don't want to see your bullshit. No one wants to see your bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, people just need to let that guy just sleep. It's time. Talk about, like, there's so many people that are still talking about him to this day and making up all these memes because they know that it pisses off a certain group of people. And I'm just like, I'm just so done with it. I am so tired of people just doing that type of shit. I'm just like, you do it because you hope that it pisses people off. You're not even doing it because you genuinely feel bad for him. You're doing it because it feels some sort of fucking self-pleasure. And you're fucking weird for it. It feels like this power dynamic fantasy in your head. You're weird for that. Because what the fuck you mean? Using dead people, regardless of their actions, as some sort of excuse for your shitty actions means nothing to me. It's just disrespectful. Respect the dead. Regardless of what they, you know, regardless. You know, obviously there are some exceptions to those rules. Like, you know, obviously there are people that absolutely deserve to be shit on in life because of their horrible, horrible actions. And some people try to argue that he's one of those people. I argue he is not. He hasn't done anything. He's not a person that actively has caused real irreparable damage. Sure, he said things, but as far as, like, impact, he hasn't done anything. And that's something I think people need to acknowledge, is that in the LGBT community specifically, it's like, he hasn't done anything. It's like, well, technically he has, because and then they'll give me 1,000 excuses. And I sit there and I get confused. Because, well, yes, he donates to charities, he does things that completely are harmful, because words can still be pretty harmful. That doesn't necessarily mean that warranted his death. And that warrants that warrants both sides, mind you, both sides of the community who love and hate him use his death as some sort of fucking medium for your fucking content. For you to feel like you got, like, shit. It just confuses the shit out of me. Why do I sound like what? Why do you sound like you? I don't know. Why you sound like you? You ever thought about that? Asking a person why the fuck they sound the way is crazy, by the way. That's crazy, twin. Like, why you sound like you? Look yourself in the mirror and ask yourself, why do I sound like this? Why don't you do some of that, huh? Take that, twin. Take that to the bank. Goes to a real bank. That was my favorite one, is whenever somebody asks me about my voice, it's like, I mean, it's like, I don't know. You want me to switch it up? Is this, hold on, I got you. I know what you want. Like, you want me to sound like this, right? Yo, what's up, dog? How you doing, gang? What's up, my baby girl? Want me to sound like one of them fucking E-daters or whatever? Hey, babe. I'm here. Fuck. Oh, did you want me to sound? That shit fucking hurt my throat. Like, keep in mind that my voice is kind of unique as it constantly shifts based off of my mood. Like, if I get tired, it goes lower a little bit. Like, it was like around here. But most of the time, I'm like in a higher octave. I exploded everywhere. Ah, my pieces. They're everywhere. Cause, like, I'll just say, like, I never liked people using, like, you know, as a trans person, right? One of the major things that I vehemently dislike about the trans community, and I know it's gonna sound really strange, but I don't like the consistent bitching in the trans community and the self-entitlement. It's not really that weird. Think about it, it's pretty normal. Like, there's this grandstanding that some of these people do, thinking that there's some sort of, like, God amongst men type of shit. And I don't understand that. Especially because there's a lot of trans people that also believe that trans is just like a new gender, which is false. That is not what that's about, and that pisses me off to no end. Because it really is infuriating when somebody's like, trans is a new gender, we are, like, you ever see, like, the song from Dustborn? If you've ever seen that shit, which, if you haven't, I don't blame you, because that shit is an ass game for just absolutely no fucking... Its existence is a sin. That shit is ass. But here's the thing, right? They had this thing called, like, a song, which is like, we are the Dustborn, we are the... something, I forget what it's, it's like... We are the new, like, something like, we're the new race or whatever the fuck. And I just sat there dumbfounded. And I was just like, why? Why? Why say any of those things? Because it's just unfounded and untrue. I never liked that. John Pork is alive! Whoa! He's real. But, again, I just want to quickly, like, reiterate, like, for the most part, about the whole idea of, like, the whole, like, again, with a lot of trans people, and I hate to say this, but detransitioning is not a real word. There are some people who genuinely feel like they made the wrong decision in their life. And that's the reason why I genuinely think that the word detransitioning is not a real word. Because, again, when you jump the gun, even, again, jumping the gun doesn't necessarily mean you did it, like, in less than a year. It could have been, like, 10, 15 years. You just weren't able to, like, make a proper decision. You rushed that decision thinking that's what you wanted, and realizing far too late that that's not what you are or what you want, what you truly wanted for yourself. It wasn't what you were looking at. And a lot of people get this remorse and regret specifically because they realize that they aren't actually what they thought that they were. They might have just been bisexual for all they knew, and they didn't really understand that. That happens a lot. This is why I'm a big advocate of, like, genuinely asking the question to people, are you sure? Are you sure? Like that type of thing, you know, the fucking invincible me. Are you sure? Because sometimes you think you know, but you really don't. You think you do, but you're in the middle of it, a very emotional part of your life, and that emotional, your rational side of your brain is covered in emotions, and so you might not actually know if that's the real answer. And that's okay. And that's why the detransitioning isn't a word or terminology we should be using, because it doesn't make any sense. Because an actual trans person wouldn't feel that regret or remorse for being themselves. You have doubts about it, that means that you're unsure if it was what you really were. Because I don't have doubts in my mind. A lot of trans people don't have doubts in their mind because they are transitioning to the gender that they feel the most comfortable in. So when somebody basically goes in, it's like about detransitioning, and especially because it's causing real trans people to start wondering if they are, you know, incorrect, because a lot of times they have insecurities about themselves. They're uncomfortable with how much they get bullied online, how much they get bullied in real life. And they wonder if it was the wrong decision. And that's not fair to them, because that's not how they should feel. What they're feeling is pushback from the world and their decisions. Everybody else decided for them what they're supposed to be. They're not allowed to be what they truly feel because it's wrong, and this and that, and it's hurting their emotions and their growth. All because people just can't seem to fucking get it in their head that people should be able to live their lives. What's that supposed to mean? I also play this game because it's like, there's like this weird fixation in my brain that it scratches an itch when I'm cleaning shit. Kinda interesting. But, like I said, I just have, like, a big problem with, like, the majority of, like, the community. Because detransitioning became a word because of a bunch of fake people who got into the LGBT community that I called out plenty of times and no one fucking listened. I got ridiculed for telling you there's a lot of fake people in that community that are literally there just for kudos points and don't actually give a shit, and they're not actually part of the LGBT. They're pretending. And now we have this epidemic going on within the community that is essentially, oh, detransition, we must detransition. And you know it's even stupider because there's a lot of, like, religious people, like, who are, like, Christians and, like, Catholics and all that stuff that are using detransitioning as proof as to this whole thing, which really just goes to show that this shit's just fake as fuck. Because all these people were just not trans. They were not part of that community, because you would know deep down that you can have regrets that make you question if transitioning was a better thing. Because here's the thing. You can regret the feeling, that feeling of transitioning can make you feel that regret because it made your life harder, right? Because everybody bullies you, everybody attacks you for just your very existence. Dating is a pain in the ass for people that are in the trans community, especially because it's gotten trans women and men killed by psychotic fucking people. And then more psychotic people blame that person, the person that was trans, for, quote, tricking them. And it just pisses me off. Because it's not fair to the people that it's okay to murder somebody because I was, quote, tricked. It just infuriates me. It's undeserved. And all these people pretending and saying these stupid things and having these... It's normal to have regret. It's normal to feel a tinge of, maybe I should have just not done this. That's a normal part of transitioning. That is something your doctors would tell you is a normal part of transitioning. It's not... You're not weird for thinking that way. It's a common sentiment because of the circumstances of your life. This is why I'm a big advocate of, like, real transgender, like, and, like, LGBT, like, talks. And not this fake shit that people have put in their heads. They don't understand shit. And it's okay to feel tinges of regret. It's okay to feel those moments. But deep down, you truly know yourself. If you're talking about the separating the LGB from the T, that specifically was a movement specifically to separate gender and sex away from each other, because they realized that people were correlating transgender with, like, sexual preferences, which was just incorrect, and it was causing a lot more headaches and issues for the community. So they wanted to separate it and have, like, the TQ, you know, the TQ plus. Because I did my research on that. A lot of people were trying to say that it was because they hate the LGBT, they hate the T in it. Because, like, at this point, and I hate to say it, that while I support the LGBT community, you know, it's gotten out of hand. Like, all honesty, there's a lot of self-entitlement that makes no sense. A lot of people go, I want to be treated with utmost respect. You will say my pronouns, and I'm just like, no. No one in the fucking world gets that. I don't care, like, what you want. Forcing people to, like, essentially, like, do something that they are not used to is stupid and it is dumb. Well, yes, we want to be treated with the respect and the kindness and the things that other people get. We have to earn that stuff. We gotta do our best to be the better people in that scenario. And it's not easy. There are days that even I get pissed, you know? It's inevitable that that's going to happen. And just because... Here's another part, right? Some people will argue, like, oh, I'm not trying to offend you, but then they immediately say something and they immediately do it again and again and again in your face and just go, well, you're overreacting. At that point, no, they're doing that on purpose. If they misalign your pronouns, stuff like that, and, you know, after you've told them, like, hey, the first time they didn't know, that's perfectly normal. You know, of course they're not gonna fucking know. They got confused. But after the first time, I mean, getting angry is normal. That's a normal human reaction. That's not the part that I personally think is an issue. The part that I find is a bigger issue is when you start trying to become, like, the main protagonist of life and speak for all other people, like you're the Lorax. Like, I am the Lorax. I speak for the trees. You know? And I'm like, no, don't do that. Like, does anybody remember the fucking, like, people that went to, like, Congress? Like, the LGBT people or whatever, the LGBT people that went to, like, the Congress to speak. Like, we speak for the LGBT community. And I said, no, you speak for yourself. Shut the fuck up. You don't speak for me. Shut your bitch ass up. I do not agree with anything you were going on about. The way that you handled it, the way that you did it, everything down to the letter and T was disrespectful and stupid and made it way harder to even get people into a conversation. Because you didn't want to actually solve problems. You wanted to be a fucking anime protagonist. It was me, 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 me. And that pissed me off to no end, because I was stupid. You ruined something that could have been a really helpful thing for people who don't get it to finally get some new bits of information. Instead, they saw these egotistical, dumb pricks who decided that they wanted to show off like they're some sort of a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure characters. It pissed me off to no end. To this day, they are scum of the earth to me, because you did not just damage the reputation of yourself, you damaged the reputation of everybody around you. All because you were too fucking selfish and stupid to think ahead of time. Because the truth is, they never fucking cared about the real problems in that community. There are real people that suffer every day because of every other person deciding that they're not allowed to be who they are. At the end of the day, they're a human being. And that's what they want to be treated like. A human being. Not cattle. Not a sexual gratification object. Not a fetish. They want to be treated like a person. And that's what pisses me off. It just sucks. Because I think the worst part is that no one seems to understand that. No one seems to understand that people just want to be treated like people. Humans. Human beings. The amount of trans people that end up killing themselves because of everything that they have to go through. They can't be themselves. They're ridiculed every day for just their very existence. And people get mad at them for every little thing. It's not fair to them. It's not fair to the world. And I get it. You're tired of having shit shoved down your throat. Just like as when I was, a teenager, I got really tired of people shoving religion in my face. Constantly. I totally get it. No one wants to be forced to make changes. No one wants to be forced to do anything. That's an understandable reaction, right? No one wants to be forced to do shit. No one wants that type of crap, right? And it's part of the reason to me that why I'm so proactive about trying to be as respectful as I can to even the people that are constantly attacking me. Because instead of falling in line with every other person's reaction, right? Because there are part of times where I feel like I'm being disrespected, and the tinge of anger comes up, right? And I can feel that tinge of anger. But instead of being like, oh, I'm angry, fuck these people, they're the problem, I go and be like, why am I so mad? Like, why does their opinion matter? I'm trying to, educate people. about all of that, right? That's it. Why can't I repost? I don't know. But again, it's a really simple thing. It's not too complicated for people to understand that in the end of the day, one of the most important things to understand is that it's not my responsibility to teach people or to force people to do shit. You just figured out you could repost lives and you can't, and now I can't do it. TikToks, get it there, they've got you. They got you in a genjutsu. They've got you in a genjutsu. And now you're trapped. They got you, twin. They got you in the infinite Tsukuyomi. Gonna turn up this. Perfect. Also, hello, Fortnite. I don't know if I said that earlier. I feel like I did, but then I didn't. Also, Gabs, thank you for the donut. Oh, donut! It's just really, to me, the whole community, the whole LGBT, like, community, like I said, it's gotten out of hand. And I don't think even if you aren't in the LGBT, even if you are just, like, a bystander, I think anybody can tell that not only is the LGBT just kind of becoming the exact thing that they themselves were trying to stop. Because it's funny, because the LGBT will attack themselves. Because, again, there's a lot of fake people in the LGBT. Like, a lot. A lot of people are fake. And a lot of people are self-entitled for some reason. Like, especially because I don't get it. But that doesn't mean, and I want this to be clear, that does not mean that everybody in the LGBT is like that. Because, let me be honest with you, the fucking straight community attacks themselves. Do you know how many gym bros attack each other? Dude, this guy who was overweight, right, decides he's gonna work out, okay? And he shows his progress. And insecure little dick shrimp men are coming around and making fun of him, calling him like a rotisserie chicken. Because he wants to document his workout journey. Something that some of these motherfuckers that are out there would never even attempt. Y'all motherfuckers are stupid as shit for even, like, thinking that type of shit. Like, I've seen it plenty of times. There are a bunch of dudes that attack each other. It's just a common thing. Because what people forget is that human beings are self-entitled pricks. Every single person is gonna do it. Every person is a part selfish motherfucker. And I've seen it time and time again. Whether it's the working out community, whether it's just, like, you know, like the makeup community. Oh, don't even get me started on them. Holy fucking shit, are they cutthroat. Have you ever seen the makeup artist community on YouTube? Holy shit. Hi, sisters. Like, holy shit, fuck. Those people are fucking ape shit sometimes. They just go bananas. Scares the shit out of me sometimes. They're like, so we're gonna do this exfoliate, and then they immediately make a Google Docie about this other person that had nothing to do with them. Because they also did one about that same exact makeup. Like, the fuck? It's looking pretty good, except for up here. it's just, to me, it's just so stupid. I lost my 5-day watch streak because I wasn't able to watch a few of your streams. No! Don't worry, you could always get it back. It's okay. I wish that streaks just stayed on for like an extended period of time. Because sometimes, what if I'm not streaming? You know, I get sick or something like that, I can't stream. Then everybody's streak goes away. That's not fair. But like, again, I'm just... When I say, like, when people, like, go, like, oh, they see the LGBT attacking themselves. Haha, look at them, they're animals. It's like, you know that everybody attacks each other? It doesn't matter what community you're a part of. The fucking geeks will attack each other, you know? The nerds, they'll attack each other. Straight up. Nerds will attack each other. The fucking... You know, like, Star Wars nerds will attack each other consistently. That's not a joke. I've seen that plenty of times. The football fans, oh my god. American football fans, have you seen the shit that they do? Over their teams? Like, this is just humanity. This isn't even just like, haha, fuck this group of people because they're different than us. Dude, fucking people in general just do this shit. Because everybody believes that they're better than other people, and then they just get their fucking ass eaten. That's a very weird statement, but kind of true at the same time. But it's just stupid. I'm just tired of it. You know what I mean? Is this the Jack OST? Yes. Jack and Dexter. Yes. One of my favorite games. And now we can natively play it on our PCs. Which I've done before. I played Jack 1 on natively on my PC. Like, I just want to be, like, so dead-ass with people. When it comes to, like, the whole argument, it's like, for trans people, like, for trans stuff. Let me give you a quick video real quick. It's one of my top favorite series. Yeah! I got Black Cooper, Ratchet and Clank, and Jack and Dexter. It's just such great PlayStation 2 games. Thank you. Ah. A moment. Oh. Discord. Stop it. Okay, I want to show a video because since, you know, I'm yapping and shit, right? I want you to hear this guy's stuff. Because this is the statement that I think people need to hear, because I think a lot of people that go and say things bad about trans people, you don't really understand. And this guy kind of nailed it on the head pretty hard. What is with Discord's playback problem? It's really weird because for some reason TikTok has like this really bad replay problem. Fuck you. Alright, I need to pull it up now on my browser real quick instead. Ooh. Okay.
Does that make me different than you? Oh!
Alright. Here we
You
go.
think trans people are valid? You're so funny. You want to label somebody else too? I have tons of diseases. Maybe I want to be trans. Does that make me different than you? Oh, full stop. No. Why isn't that part of the conversation? Trans is added on to, get this, human being. Right. So if a human being puts like an arm on their back, right? And it dangles there. So what, dude? So what, dude? It's a human being with a birth date and an expiration date. That's it. We're all one. If you want to be whatever, it doesn't matter as long as you're not hurting other people. So do I think they're valid? Beyond comprehension valid. Why? Because they're people, dude. They're just people. You think...
Congratulations. Isn't that fucking sad that that's literally all I've ever been saying my entire time doing this? They're just people, dude. Trans is just an additive to the statement. He made an incredibly insane, like, way of handling it, like, in the way that he's like, it's an additive. It means trans woman or trans man is essentially it's an additive to what they're doing. And so he makes an extreme, like if somebody had an arm, like an extra arm attached, so they attach an extra arm onto their back, does that make them, are they still human? Yes. They just have an extra limb. Why do you care so much? They're still human. They have a start date and an end date. They're gonna be born and then they're gonna die at some point. They have an expiration date. They got a birth and they got a death. Everybody is like that. And that's the thing that also the LGBT have gotten down to the road of also doing. This is why I see so many fake LGBT people, because they don't actually care about real shit. They're only using it as their tool to get out of like get out of jail free card, right? When they do something stupid. Which is why I don't like that. It's the reason why I'm so pissed off all the time about like these types of people that show up and do stupid fucking dumbass fucking shit. Because in the end of the day, these motherfuckers just don't get it. They spend a majority of their life, like, I guarantee you, a lot of the people that are complaining are one of two people. Number one, they're the kid that when they were growing up, wanted to be the cool kid. They wanted to be that one fucking kid in school that was like all the other cool kids. You just couldn't do it. Because they were awkward, socially awkward, or whatever. They weren't rich like their peers or whatever, and they were into like anime and shit or whatever the fuck at the time, or whatever else fucking stupid shit that bothers them. So they see that there's this cool popular thing in their eyes of being LGBT or trans because they're able to, their community is seen as really cool, and I want to be cool. So I'm gonna be LGBT even if I don't believe it. Because all I gotta do is pretend. That's what most of them are doing. That's what I think. And then they proceed to do this stupid shit. And then when they get called out for their heinous behavior, they just don't want to deal with it. They're like, That's not me. That's not at all me. I'm real. I'm so real. I am so, like, but you can tell a fake, like, LGBT person versus a real one. It's not hard. It really isn't. It's really not that complicated. Because when you look at somebody who's actually transitioning, or you look at a person who's actually gay, right? Or you see, like, a person that's lesbian, you can immediately tell the fucking difference between a grifter and a fucking real gay guy. You ever see a gay guy walking down a bar and he is like, sometimes they're a little exaggerated. There are some gay guys that are like, fucking, oh my god, you know, and they do that shit on purpose, you know? Some of them are legitimately like that. But the difference is really apparent. They're not cartoony gay. So most gay guys are just guys. They're just like guys. They still have their nerdy hobbies. They're still very much just a guy. They just like dudes. And that's the craziest part, right? There are some cartoonier gay guys that exist in this world, right? And I think that's okay, right? And that's because of the circumstances that live their lives. You know, usually they're their family. They're the only brother in a household of like sisters, and so they kind of develop like a very specific way of talking, which is reflective of their family. Usually, if you see their family acting similar, you know that it's a part of their family traits. And sometimes they do this for clout. You know, maybe they act cartoonishly gay, specifically on TikTok. I've seen this plenty of times. But they're literally married to a man. Like, it's okay. I'm not saying that everybody that does that is that way, but you can tell the difference when it's clearly faked. Versus, like, actually being that way. There's, like, a massive difference in the room. It's so night and day. When you see a trans person who is literally barely, like, taking themselves seriously. Every trans journey is different. I want that to be clear. Everybody's different. Everybody has like their own way of handling things, and everybody transitions differently. But there is one consensus within trans people that is basically how it all is for almost every trans person. And there are some exceptions to those rules, right? Obviously. And that really simple notion about how you can tell a real trans person from a fake trans person is that they're not fucking aggressive about it. Most trans, like, women don't want to be aggressive about their gender because it just starts arguments. They're just trying to live their life. They're trying to be themselves, and they don't need the validation from others. They realize most trans women don't need validation from other people. They don't give a shit. Sure, does it piss them off? Absolutely. When they're, you know, being attacked, it's a common thing. Also, welcome in Dancing and Subaru. Apologies if this is the conversation you guys got stuck with. It's just what I'm doing. Like I said, I'm yapping. I'm yippee yapping and talking about shit. I am crying. That one Family Guy bit with, like, Peter. Puts finger to lip. Slowly grabs a muffin and puts it in your mouth. Are you trans? Yeah. Not a stupid question. It's a question. Sometimes people don't know. Most people get, like, hear my voice and then they ask that question. They're like, are you a guy? Are you a femboy? I don't know. I don't get mad about that. Sometimes I'm a little annoyed from other things in my life, and then I seem annoyed about people asking that question, but, like, it really is just circumstance of the day. Something fucking shitty happened, and then I'm just not in the mood to deal with shit. You know, everybody's human. We all have that type of shit. Sometimes we just don't want to deal with certain things, but you're just asking a question. Perfectly normal. Nothing wrong with asking questions. That's kind of the whole point and why what I'm here for, too. People want to know more about that type of shit because they're genuinely either curious or have no idea what it's about. And here's the first thing that I really want, like, a lot of trans people to understand, and people that aren't trans. I want everybody to understand this. Unless you are trans, you will not fucking understand anything about being trans, because it will seem so foreign to you. It will inevitably seem extremely foreign to you because one of the most important things, it's called gender dysphoria. And if you don't have gender dysphoria, you're not gonna know what it feels like. It's just how it works. So it really is our job to try our best to help explain it to you, the people that don't know. That's kind of the biggest part. Just mind their business and let me be. Exactly, Rosa. That's all that it needs to be. I still fear being publicly out even after starting HRT almost 3 years ago. Right, and that's perfectly reasonable and normal. It's hard because the part of it is that we need to feel like us, the trans person, feels like we are, you know, acceptable in our own standards. It's our standards in our brain that we're concerned about. This is why I get so pissed off at all these fake motherfuckers that sit there and go, you need to respect my decisions. Meanwhile, you are literally fucking shitting on people who are literally accidentally got your pronouns wrong because they didn't fucking know. Because you expect yourself to be obvious. Well, it should be obvious that I'm trans. Okay, so what you're saying is I should obviously be seen as a woman. That's what you actually should be saying, right? I identify as a woman if you're a trans woman. Because here's the craziest part. I want this to be so damn fucking clear. At some point in your life, when you're transitioning, right? There's a part of you that one day, that trans in your name will disappear. Because you will be so comfortable with yourself, you will no longer see yourself as a trans woman or a trans man. You will see yourself as a man or a woman. And that's when your transitioning story is concluded. Because you found and worked hard to be who you truly are. It's not easy. It's not a very simple journey for people to go on. But that doesn't necessarily mean that other people should shun you, should attack you, or any of those damn things. Because your existence, you're still human. And I want that to be so damn clear. You're a human being. And you should be treated like one. You shouldn't be treated like a lesser being just because you're trying to become the person you feel and identify as. Because, again, if it's not hurting anybody or they're not hurting anybody, like, attack, obviously, they're, like, it's like, all trans people, they're Minecraft YouTubers, quote unquote. And then I'm like, dude, bad people exist in every fucking community. You gotta stop acting like that. Like, your argument falls apart when I go, yeah, but what about the entirety of the Epstein files? I'm gonna just say it right there. The fuck you mean? You got an entire government of people, old-ass motherfuckers, who hate people like me. And y'all use well, that's different. Like, the fuck you mean that's different? I bring that argument in one time when they were like, see, people like you are disgusting. You want to do, it's like Epstein files. And they freak the fuck out because they don't know, they just get mad at me for bringing that up. Because I'm like, it exists everywhere. There are bad people like that in every section. I wish it wasn't. I wish that people could not do that. I really do. It's really fucking disgusting. And unfortunately, it happens to be in every community. You're just specifically solo targeting this one community because you don't like them, so you're making the argument that they're all that one thing. And that's stupid. And you're stupid. They're just people. People can be monsters. What am I missing? Wow. People are people. And there are bad people and there are good people. Go to bed. Alright, you have a good one, Fortnite. Hello, bookworm. Welcome in, welcome in. Like I said, there are a lot of bad people in every location. It's not easy to escape these, like, fucked ass people that do fucked up shit. And that in and of itself will always be a problem. Oh, sorry. Worm! Bookwater. Sorry. Brain not working. Brain not working. You're a worm now! Yeah! Skedaddle, skedoodle! You're now a worm! You're now a worm! Let's switch musics to Skyrim music. This will be a good topic switcher. I have like a lot on my mind because there's been like so much shit. Like going on, and like I talk about the, you know, LGBT community pretty much almost verbatim all the time. Because a lot of LGBT community members need to own up to their fucking shitty actions. Because it's the same reason why I go so hard on streamers all the time. Because, like, you have a responsibility to, you know, you have a responsibility. You cannot expect the world to be handing you shit on a silver platter just because you exist. Because you make everybody else's life harder by doing stupid shit like that. Your very actions are leading to others to feel and take the brunt of your garbage choices. You being the dumb fuckhead that sits back and acts like that is kind of the problem. Straight up. You are the problem. For yourself. A lot of people don't realize that you can't change other people, you can only change yourself. And this is something that I keep trying to get LGBT, you know, community members and people to understand, is that you can't change them. You can only inform them, and that they have to actively make the decision to change. To change their thought process, you know? It's the only way. So if you are demanding people do things for you, you are never truly going to be happy. If you're so forthcoming with other people making you happy by forcing others to do it for you, you're never going to truly be happy, because you will never be satisfied, because the world will never, ever, 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 ever do that for you. To expect the world to hand you shit on a silver platter because you think that you deserve it, because of the shit that you have to go through every day, means fuck all diddly squat. Everybody suffers in some capacity. Somebody out there is suffering far worse than me. But does that mean that my suffering is not valid? No. But I need to work at myself and better myself. Do what I can for myself to make myself feel comfortable, happy, and proud of myself. That is what's incredibly important. That is something that a lot of people in the LGBT community don't understand. Because here's the craziest part. If a lot of us only spoke out about the things that we need to, like people trying to make laws and changes to, like, remove, like, same-sex marriage and things like that. If we just talked about the really important shit and didn't just bitch and moan about every little thing that was inconvenient to you, let me tell you, not only would you be happier with yourself, but you would be happier with a lot of things. And we would actually make real, tangible progress. Because one of the most important things in that tangible progress, right? That there's a lot. That do me a lot of, like, subtly awkward things that make it really difficult for people to just exist, right? People just assume that the world is supposed to be handed to them because of the suffering that they have to go through. That they deserve to have everything and then some. Like, I deserve to be happy. I deserve this and that. And it's like, you do deserve to be happy, but it should not be, it should be earned. I'm just yapping. I'm just yippee yapping. I'm just talking about stuff that's been on my mind for, like, forever. So I was like, oh, I'll play Powerwash Simulator because it's, like, a really good game for me to just yippee yap. And, like I said, it is just kind of, it's just confusing. To me specifically, it is confusing because I don't understand why so many of these people act the way that they do. Like, it brings nothing but confusion. Because I'm like, how are we acting like this? As if this is a normal thing. It's not normal to expect other people to do the work for you. You have to call me by my pronouns, or you're a shitty fucking person. You know, if they're being an asshole, sure. But in the end of the day, they're not gonna change. Those people that are acting like pieces of shit and purposely attacking you, they're not gonna change. Stop trying to get those people to change. They're not going to. Only you can change yourself. So start making the choices to change things for the better for yourself. Because without that, you will never be truly happy. Because even if one or two of those people changed, right? Even if one or two of those people did go in and change their ways, you will find yet again another person that will do the same thing again and again and again. So, why worry about what other people think of you when you could worry about not that and worry about yourself and what you feel? Because once you feel confident in yourself and you love yourself because you are happy with your results of who you are, whether you're gay, trans, lesbian, whatever it is, when you're happy with yourself, other people don't fucking matter. They stop existing in your mind. They stop becoming everything that has ever existed. You don't need to demand other people change, because it's not going to make you happy. It'll never make you happy. You think it will. You think that if they just changed for us, that we'll be happy because everybody in the world will finally recognize me. But will that really make you happy? No. Because in the end of the day, what you're really doing to yourself is doing nothing. You're stagnant. You're trapped. You're in this perpetual loop where you're constantly getting other people to change for you, which is fucked up, by the way, because that's just a very selfish and narcissistic tendency. You're essentially just demanding the world do it for you, And then when the world doesn't want to do that for you, you throw a hissy fit. You throw an actual hissy fit. And I think that part is what kind of is disappointing. Because a lot of the LGBT people, if you actually took that shit seriously, if you actually did the things and you weren't being proactively antagonistic even when they are, we would see real results right now. Truly, truly, we would see results. We would see real results. And I think that that's something that people will never, ever, ever recognize. Because to recognize that you are the problem is to recognize that the people that are attacking you are kind of right. But only kind of. Because in the end of the day, if you don't help yourself, no one will. And that's something that you do not have in your head. You'll proactively demand other people do it for you. And it's actively killing any progression that we could have as a community. Genuinely. Any conversations anybody could have, any notions are being destroyed by you. You are doing that to yourself. And it's just... it's disappointing, is what it is. Because in the end of the day, you are hurting yourself. Because I guarantee you, I'm gonna psychoanalyze all these people really quickly. You want to feel special because your life was filled with nothing. You were not special, you were not different, you were not unique. You were always casted as the sideline character. You felt like you had no control of your life. You weren't allowed to be what you wanted to be. You weren't allowed to be anything that you truly desired. Your family life might have sucked. Or it might have been really good, who knows? That part. But what is consistent is that you always felt like you were playing a sideline. You never truly felt like you were a part of anything. Your life passed by. In a blink of an eye, your life slowly but surely led down a path you didn't want. And then one day, you decide that you're going to join the LGBT community. As if you could just join it. Because you've thought about sucking your own dick, and that's kind of gay. You thought about kissing another girl while you were a girl. You thought about these things. And so in your head, you justify the excuse, well, that means I'm lesbian. Well, that means that I'm this. That means I'm that. But you don't want to actually think about it for a second. You assume. Which is ironic. Because you tell other people that they're always assuming. Right? You yourself do that a lot. Am I wrong? You just wanted to belong somewhere. And that was it. You had nowhere to belong. You felt like there was nowhere to go, nowhere left, no identity for yourself. And so you take on the identity of what other people who seemingly were happy while you were miserable and make that your whole personality. Because I will tell you, people that truly are fake are people that turn their gender or their religion or their hobbies into their personalities. You are truly not happy. You are truly not a part of something if you are trying to make it your entire thing. Just think about beige moms and the Labubu people. Like, you could like a Labubu, but that shouldn't be your whole fucking personality. People that turn that shit into their personality and make it their entire reason for existing, y'all are the fucking problem. And, like, I want that to be clear because these people seemingly want to pretend like they aren't doing those things. A lot of the fake people are fake because of their actions and the way that they do things. The way that you do things in life is reflective of who you are as a person. Your life shapes you based off the things and circumstances in your life. But what are the most important things and lessons to learn is that your past and your hobbies do not define you. They shape you, sure, but they do not define you. They are not your personalities. They are a part of who you are. Your hobbies are things you're interested in, but that's your interest. You are not the Star Wars guy. Your whole personality isn't Star Wars. You just like Star Wars and your personality exists. I can't tell you what your personality is, but you have one. You just refuse to acknowledge it. Because it's hard to figure out what you really are, what you really want to be. You make rash decisions. You think that if I just buy a bunch of memorabilia, I'll be interesting and unique. You're a boring person. There are just people out there that are just fundamentally boring. And I don't like people saying that just because you're boring, that you're not fun. Boring people might be boring because it's like, you know, like the whole idea that they don't really have that many interesting things going on in their life, that they're constantly just basically an average life. But I argue a person with an average life is actually a very solid thing. Because those who have a boring life are actually the most successful. Usually their life is extremely boring because there's nothing to worry about in their life. They can spend their time on their weird hobbies that they think are weird. You know, like, oh, this hobby's really weird. Like, I don't know. My weird hobby is I'm a streamer, I guess. But that's not my whole personality. I'm a person. And I feel like most of people should acknowledge that they are just a person. That you have kinks, quirks, and hobbies. You know? Everybody has a hobby. Everybody has a personality. Everybody has a thing that they are. And I think that one of the most difficult questions a lot of people ask is, well, what if my personality isn't good enough? What if people don't like me because of my personality? What if I need to change? That's up to you. But don't change for other people, change for yourself. Stop fucking appeasing other people. Trust me, as a person myself, like, crazy because I consider myself somewhat of a boring person. It's okay to be boring. I feel like people think it's weird to be boring. Being boring is being safe. Being okay with oneself. You are so normal in the terms of what people see that you are considered. Heck, my phone is not charging for some fuck-ass reason. There you go, you piece of shit. Charge! Sorry, my phone was not charging. Angry. Like, it's just, again, you as a person exist. And that is okay. Your existence is okay. You are okay. You can exist. You do not need to make other things your personality. Your fascination with Labubu's is just a hobby. It is not your personality. Just because you're interested in Labubu's does not mean that that is literally all you are. You are not. It's like the joke about Hello Kitty girls, right? Like, their whole thing is Hello Kitty. They're just really into Hello Kitty. But they're usually, the joke is that they're a fucking psychopath. Their personality is unhinged. That is their the Hello Kitty part is their fascination. That leads to what their true personality is. You goober. Figure out what else is needed. Been doing. Eh. It's just, I don't know how to say this without in the best way. I mean, number one, I'm neurodivergent, so me trying to say shit will sometimes sound like I'm being redundant about certain things. Hello, Grizzled Grumps. I'm just yapping and yippee yapping. Talking about stuff. And you know, cause I'm just tired of every fucking person in this earth all saying the same exact 4 lines. It's like, I want you to know that as a trans person, I deal with NPC level behavior almost daily when it comes to people. And the 4 dialogue options that I have to deal with are people that are transphobic, people that are transphobically trolling, people that are horny as shit and send dick pics, on a consistent basis, or ask to fuck, or people coming into my chat, or people coming into my life and trying to use me as some sort of agenda for their own nefarious purposes. Because I'm trans, right? And that's kind of the issue. I cannot for the life of me figure out what the fuck I'm looking for. What am I looking for? The back bar. I'm in line. Stepping stool. Hello? What's up? What? Okie dokies. Okay. Bye-bye. You're just brain dead, unfortunately. Just people. It's not that they're brain dead. It's they're actively choosing to do it. Here's one of the biggest things I think a lot of people okay. Where I cleaned all these. Stepping stool. Oh, it didn't need to be. Aha! Was you. And the tiled wall shelf. Oh, the whole shelf. Ah! Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. What else? Did I finish? Nope, there's still something missing. 99% clean. The boxes. Books. Clean book. Clean. Boxes! Can't be these. Oh, it is this box. Box. I thought you were clean. Why you no clean? Hey. Wrong with these backs? What is wrong with the backs? Dean, damn you! There we go. Alright. 94% complete with Neo Signs. Right? This one. Oh, this one. Okay. What else? Wall beams and columns. Which one? That one. Dirt. Be clean. Yes. That one. Clean. Skyrim vibe. Hell yeah. Clean, 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 clean. Clean, clean. Which one is not clean? There. Yeah. Yes. Da 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 da. Go fuck yourself. The Midgard exhibit. Oh boy. Can't wait to start this job. You really get a lot of dick pics? Yes. Unwarranted. I have set up my boundaries about that type of shit. And people just ignore it. Obviously. Apparently, it's pretty common for VTubers in general to get dick pics randomly, too, for that type of shit. It's like, oh, if I show you my dick, maybe you'll want to fuck me. Hmm? Yeah, that's how that works. That's 100% how that works. Yep. Oh, yeah. Guaranteed. But, you know, like I said, I talk about, I'm yapping and shit like that. You know, because I'm a little bit burnt with all the shit that has been going on. And I hope that I can be around, entertain everybody more. I would like to make this, like, my career if I could. Because it would be nice. Especially because I have chronic illnesses, like, in general, alongside autism. Which, those two things don't exactly help me working in the average workforce, no matter how hard I try. Pushing back through all my chronic illnesses and all of my autistic burnout. Like, let me tell you, it's not a very easy feat. And it just sucks. But gotta do what I gotta do, you know? Gotta make the monies. So, still applying, still trying. Not succeeding in 3 years of trying to find a job. Give me the applications, give me the job. I need the monies. Never get the monies. But, you know, here and there, maybe one day. Maybe. If not, I'm still gonna be streaming. I think I'll stream to the day that I die. When I get really, really fucking old. VTubers have long since passed. Still. I'll change my model to get older. When I start getting more gray hairs, I'm just gonna start putting gray hairs on my models. Put some wrinkles down. Look like a baddie grandma. You know what I'm saying? Oh, that's a grandma. That's a gilf right there. That's a hell of a gilf, dude. I'll be here forever. Till the day I die. Because, you know, I like streaming a lot. I like entertaining people. It's a big part of, like, stuff I like to do. My eyes! Ah! Ugh. I'm getting eepy, dude. Oh. Be clean! Be clean! No. Everybody stay. Yes. Where's... You know, honestly, I've been also thinking, like, about, like, collaborations and people. I've kind of been thinking about, like, specifically in that type of vein about that. Brain's not working properly. Basically, what I'm thinking about is, like, I've been thinking about, like, a lot of, like, wanting to collaborate, but I've been thinking about why I don't try harder to, like, reach out to people. And I feel like it's because I'm very, like, heavy-handed. Like, sometimes I feel like I come off, like, I'll say something and somebody will absolutely take it the wrong way or think I'm just being an asshole or something. Even if that's not the intent. And then usually, people don't like to talk about it to me, directly to my face. Because they think it's rude or whatever, but again, I think a lot of people also forget that how do you interact with, like, a lot of autistic people is that they pretty much need you to be direct with them. You have to be direct with them. It's incredibly important. It's, like, one of the biggest, like, things. Because if you don't directly explain it to them, or you don't directly say something about it, it's confusing. They're not gonna understand what you mean when you just keep throwing hints and shit. Being like, this is why I'm upset. I don't get it. Why? Especially because they have a hard time with social cueing. It's direct and straightforward. Yep. Also, hello, Hexit. I mean, it's really important to, like, be honest with them. And I think it's a big part of the reason why I get a little scared to interact with new people. It's like, what if I just piss them off the wrong way? What if I, you know, hurt them unintentionally? I don't want to do that. But I want to reach out to new people, but at the same time, it's, like, scary. Because a lot of times, I don't want to be seen as, like, a leech or, like, a mooch, you know? I just want to meet new people and make new friends. Life is short. And I want to be able to have as many experiences in my life as I can. And I feel like I would like to meet new streamers and new, like, VTubers and stuff like that. I found a few that I found really funny, but I'm a little nervous to actually get in contact with them. Because, number one, obviously, a lot of streamers stay your lane. Only interact with people that you kind of know and people that they know. Like, I don't like that. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's the autism kicking in, but I feel like just saying, hi, hello. You know, introducing yourself. And just, and stuff. Like, there's this really funny streamer that I've found on TikTok, dude, that it's been, you know, recommending me. I think their name is, like, Nico Virus. Not spelled exactly like actual virus. She's really funny. I was like, oh, man, I want to reach out and see if I can collab with them, because I think it'd be really funny. I want to reach out to people, you know? But then immediately I'm like, well, what if I'm the asshole for doing that? You know what I mean? What if I get seen as an asshole for doing that? Like, who the fuck are you? Type of thing, you know what I mean? I don't want to do it. But I do, but I don't. I've reached out to people, but usually it's people that have rated me, and I go, oh, opportunity has rung today. Of course, there are times I get ignored, obviously. It's usually by people with at least 1,000, like, followers on Twitch. Usually they'll be like, completely ignore me. Which is understandable, I get it. But that's the thing that I fear, right? It boils down to a leap of faith. What I have. It really is. It just boils down to, like, also, arigato gozaimasu for the 100 biddies. Thank you. died. No! Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. But, you know, it just... I'd like to meet new people. I'm scared to reach out because I don't want to, like, potentially burn a bridge. You know? I don't want to, like, make people uncomfortable. I want to interact. I want to meet new people. I want to collaborate with new people, do new things. But in this world, it can be very spooky. Because you get seen as, like, an asshole. You get seen as a villain. You get seen as a leech. For just existing. And it's always, like, painful to, like, have that happen to you. You're like, again, and it's no blame on the people at those stages. Because, like, at that point, you gotta be more cautious. Because you don't want to get taken advantage of. And that's why it's completely understandable in my mind. It just sucks that that's how our culture has become. That we have to watch out for our backs because there are plenty of people that want to obviously be nefarious and take advantage of others. I mean, no better example than people like Raikai, right? That guy, or the Burnt Peanut. People that basically take advantage of, like, certain situations and then just roll with it. End up becoming a villain and then pretending like they did nothing wrong. Like, that's the shit that bothers me. They have all this potential in the world and then, well... just look at it. And, like, I like how Burnt Peanut calls himself a P-tuber and then accidentally made an entire organization of people that follow him that call themselves P-tubers or whatever the fuck, right? Which is ironic because that's just VTubing. Again. So the thing that he made fun of, the thing that he attacked, and the thing that he constantly pretends like he isn't doing, he ended up creating his own genre that people are already tired of him. Him and his entire game, dog. Because when you boil down a person to their very roots, that the only reason that they were extremely popular was because it was better to do that. Because it was funny to, like, throw shade at a community that you don't like. Your only purpose is a tool, and when that tool is dull, everybody wants to get rid of it. And that part sucks. Because at that point, that's just not cool. Even though, technically he deserved it because of what he did. Especially how much he damaged more and more of people's reputations over just stupid shit. And how much he had the easiest of ways out. Multiple times he had the easiest of ways out. He just never took them. He had such an easy way out of a lot of his problems. And now he's hated. Like, I must... And it's all honesty, like, there are people out there that, again... Because I've been recently, like, indulging in, like, you know, content on TikTok, and specifically, like, DBD content, which is hilarious, because, honestly, I hate DBD with a burning passion, but I cannot lie, it's like watching a car crash. You just can't look away from the fucking community of DBD, which has led me to other, like, videos talking about other games. And unironically, one of those games happens to be Arc Raiders, where there's, like, a lot of players that are leaving Arc Raiders specifically because it is no longer a place for people to play, like, a fun game. It's just full of people talking about, like, bungholes and shit. That's some sort of, like, streamer battle between two streamers, which one of them being Burnt Peanut, and everybody... And the part that always gets me is that these people are like, these guys are 30-year-old plus dudes screaming about bungholes and shit. And, like, worshipping a peanut. And I'm like, isn't that what all of those exact people did and made fun of, like, VTuber community people for. Like, they're all 40-year-old men and shit. Like, isn't it ironic that the same fucking problem that they were bitching about, the same thing that they were making fun of others for, they ended up being the exact same problem. If not the actual problem they made up. Like, and at that point, I'm also like, it doesn't matter if they're 30, technically. They can enjoy things, but when they're the people that basically attack others for it, they're just, at that point, hypocritical, and it's hilarious. And that's when we point and laugh. Because now they're getting the brunt of that exact same problem. It just sucks. Because, like, it's such a fuck-ass thing, you know? They act so high and mighty about not wanting to, like, interact with the VTubing space. Like, oh, VTubers are cringe and shit like that. But then they worship, like, a talking peanut. Like, the levels of hypocrisy that go on in that is quite auspicious and weird. It just makes you feel like, why can't people just enjoy things? Like, I don't mind if you enjoy a streamer like Burnt Peanut. I do not care. But it's because of it's because of the community that he cultivated and the people that are behind that type of shit, the people that watch him, they're all kind of like laughing stocks. They became the laughing stocks almost instantly overnight. Because of that very shitty action. Really not that hard. It's not hard to be a decent person. It's not hard to be not an asshole. But then again, I guess maybe it is. Because it's not just Burnt Peanut's community. It's also just the larger community of streamers. I actually found a video. Not even constructive criticism, it's just plain hate. It usually is just plain hate for them. Because I'll just say that I think Burnt Peanut, unironically, can be funny. Like, straight up. I think he can be incredibly hilarious when he puts his mind to it. He's an entertaining person. That's why he has a following, sure. But a part of it is also that they're using him as an agenda for their already shitty hatred. Because I don't watch VTubers, I watch P-tubers. Just unnecessarily the complete same antithesis argument. It's cringe. And it's okay to be cringe. Nothing wrong with that. It's just now Burnt Peanut's feeling the absolute beatdown from that level of fatigue. Like, people are tired of him. And I mean, like, rightfully so. I mean, could you imagine just being that all day? And people just are tired of dealing with your shit. But in the end, it's what it is. Can't really say much more about it, realistically. And more often, I found a video on TikTok, right? And it was talking about something really interesting to me. This guy was basically saying that streaming was a space for the nerds. It was a space for people that didn't belong, right? Finding something that they were interested in, their hobbies, like streaming, video games, specifically video games were like the hobby, nerding out over shit. Like, in general, right? Which was the whole thing about the streaming culture, right? It was all about that type of thing, and I completely understand. And he goes into talking about how, like, it's just become a place for the popular kids now. All these fake people coming into the streaming space because they vicariously peaked in high school. And they see a space occupied by a bunch of nerds and have overtaken it. AKA bullied them out of the space. And the sad part is I can't disagree with him. Because he's kind of right. I mean, just look at the majority of streamers today. All of the top tier streamers. Do we really see them more often playing video games? Do we see the majority of those top tier streamers, the ones that you can think of at the top of your head, like Raikai, you know, Kai Cenat, you know, and the likes of those big, over the top, like, pretty streamers and all that other shit, like those people. Hello, Ray J, welcome in. It's an interesting idea. Because that guy was right. Unironically. And I think that's the scariest fucking part, is that he's right. About that, in general. Like, the space has become nothing more than a glorified, like, popular kid area. It's now riddled with popular kids. The kids that peaked in high school, that bullied everybody else because they were poor, they had weird hobbies like anime and video gaming, that they said that never would amount to anything, and they were bullied for it, and now they are the streamers, the top tier streamers. Everybody looks up to them, everybody thinks they're cool. The cool kid syndrome is all over the place again. And it's frustrating for a lot of people, because there's a lot of really good streamers out there that deserve a lot of recognition and love and get zero of it because it's oversaturated with the idea of that to be a streamer, you have to be a dick. You gotta be a creep. An asshole. 24/7. You gotta sit there and go like chat. We're gonna chat. We're gonna play. We're gonna yo. That's all it is. It's just them screaming like fucking animals, 24/7, and then them doing weird ass shit. It just seems so invasive and uncomfortable. Like ruining other people's days just because it's funny? It's not even fucking funny. Like prank channels and them shit like that. It's not fucking funny. You're just an asshole. I don't know how people find that content good. I don't know how they find people that essentially destroy the shit out of people with no feedback or criticism that, like, is, you know, constructive as, like, entertaining. It's not even brain rot. It's just artificial bullshit. Like, and I'm not like I'm doing anything too crazy. I'm just playing Power Washing Simulator and just kind of talking to people, you know? I'm just sitting here talking to all of you. That's all I'm doing. Some people might say that this is really fucking boring content. But the sad part is I'm being more authentic about what I'm saying and trying to, like, get a point across. That's why I played Power Washing Simulator, so I can actually physically think about what I want to talk about. As I don't need to think too hard about what I'm doing in this game. You know? And it's interesting. Because so many of these top tier streamers to me are incredibly fucking boring and just assholes. Again, I bring up Raikai as a great example because he's got a lot of shit happening recently. And this is why I say that, like, people that become streamers too young before they've ever struggled, that's gonna turn into a generation of people that are going to never learn their lesson and will always think that they deserve the world. Right? Raikai is too young to be a streamer. He may be an adult, but he's still too young. He hasn't learned anything. He hasn't learned how to be a decent human being. He's learned from people that he's now interacting with how to be what he is. He learned his entire personality through the very people that he's now interacting with. And those people don't fucking like him. Because he's annoying. Isn't it ironic that the people around him created this problem? They created the Raikai problem. Raikai was most likely watching people that he's now interacting with. And unintentionally or intentionally pissing them off for content. Because that's what they would do. So it's ironic. Because at the end of the day, everybody is to blame in those rooms. The Mr. Beast contest, like, literally, they created... Everything on YouTube is artificial and fake. It's no longer this idea of, like, some form of... like, creator that you can understand is being them. Like, Mr. Beast is artificial. No one's gonna doubt that. Bro is egotistical. 99% of the time, he's an asshole. And the 1% that he is a good person, it's always, like, in general, like, for the camera or for the views. Like, most of the time, he just doesn't seem like a good person, and he's completely uncomfortable. Because all you get to see is the saturated content from him. You don't see when he's angry or upset. You don't see his humanistic side. You only see the smiling, goofy, over-the-top guy, specifically. You see this guy who seems so perfect on the surface. Because that's all he wants you to see. Because it's brand friendly. Mr. Beast? Egotistical? No! No, that's crazy. And while I see, like, YouTubers, like, you know, obviously, like, most critical, somewhat defend him with, like, the idea that, like, people arguing that him being charity is, like, the spawn of Satan or whatever. I'm like, charity's charity, sure, 100%. But it's what do you do with that charity, like, why you're doing it, why you're helping in the first place, is always questioned. And I know, and everybody should know, that it's just for views. He doesn't actually care, and that's what people were upset about. At least a good chunk of them. Some people were obviously upset for stupid reasons. Just making shit up. But again, the idea is that you're doing charity not because you actually want to help, but because it makes you look good. That's it. Oh, it does. It just makes you look so much better than you actually are. Because bad people can give to charity. I mean, it's a big part of rich people's strategy is to give to charity or do some sort of charitable event to get out of taxes and shit. So, like, duh. Mr. Beast doing the same thing isn't all that uncommon or crazy to think. That he's not exactly doing it with good intentions, and whether it's good money, sure, yes, it's a good thing, but it's nefariously put down, and it makes you question. It's not like Connor Seadog VA doing his cyclothon, which is going on right now, by the way. Remember, cyclothon's going on. Woo! Raising for a good event. You know, it's not like him, right? He's raising for a good event, you know what I'm saying? Seadog VA is genuinely cares about the thing that he is doing. You know? He's raising money for something that he genuinely he feels for. He's not just doing it because it's a popular thing to do. His best friend, Iron Mouse, has this problem. And so he's donating Because he cares about that initiative. And we can feel the honesty in that. And that's a big difference between Mr. Beast. People get mad at Mr. Beast because it feels artificial and fake. He feels like a fake motherfucker when he does it. But then Dog VA does it, and people understand that he genuinely means well by it. Raising money. And that's one of the most crucial aspects to all of that. Because I think a lot of people don't understand how crucial that is. That your trust with your community is it's just as important as what you do. You could be the most charitable person on the world, but if your community does not trust you, then what is the fucking point? You're still gonna look like the villain, you're still gonna look like the asshole, and you're still gonna look like the not great person in the room. Because you haven't proven to anybody that what you're doing is honest and real. You're just existing. And it's so adamantly confusing to me. Because these types of conversations, these types of moments where I'm talking about this might just upset people. It's like, oh, you're just overreacting. Mr. Beast isn't that bad. He's not bad. Never said that. I just say that he's just fake. He's just an imitation. He's not a bad person for putting in the charity. He probably does care about the things he's putting his money into to some capacity. But what a part of that is genuine and what part of that is for the show, right? And the problem is you can't tell. Because he hides all of that away, shies away from being human, and becomes nothing more than a glorified, like, good boy point. That's it, he's just a good boy point. He's just the guy with the face of YouTube, unfortunately. Because the face of YouTube is a two-faced faker. Who will do anything for clout, money, and chasing that high. Of being the good guy. While secretly being the bad guy. Because to look like the good guy is to have your squeaky clean image. And the reason I know this is I used to work security. And one of the most common phrases I would hear in my security, by my boss in security was, we need to care about the image of the building, not the building. So you don't actually care about the people you're working for. You don't actually want to serve, and you don't actually need to really protect anybody or protect the building. It just needs to look like you're doing that. And that's kind of what Mr. Beast is. He doesn't actually care, he just cares about the image half of it. Less of real impact and more of artificial impact. It still has that impact there. It still is doing things. Just really artificial. And very fake. And it's clear it's fake. And I think always, to me, I prefer genuine creators that are actually putting in the work. And actually, you know, because, like, again, I've seen content creators with horrible mics. And they are genuinely some of the funniest people. Genuinely. And to me, that speaks volumes. They don't need this high production value. They just are who they are. I mean, I don't have that high of a production value. I'm just streaming a game. Sometimes that might be just enough. Mr. Beast goes so far as to turn himself into reality TV. That he's oversaturated the YouTube side of the world and turned it into nothing than glorified TV. And to me, that sucks. Because it's boring. Like, trying to find a good YouTube video to, like, sit down and watch is a pain in the fucking ass. Like, I end up watching, like, long-form videos talking about things I'm interested in, you know? People that are passionate about. Nerding out over shit, yet again. Not this oversaturated, today, guys, I'm gonna be going blah, 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 and guys, and guys, and guys. Blah, 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 blah. You know, just, I don't care. It's just saturated garbage. Like, I'll say it. I think Mr. Beast should belong on only YouTube Kids. I'm gonna be real with you. That's where his content should be. Not on the main YouTube page. His content is saturated for kids. So why is he not on YouTube Kids? You know what I mean? Like, that's the demographic he targets. So why is he not there? It really doesn't make any sense. He's killed the main YouTube market because of this oversaturation with this crap. This dick, poopy, butt, ass fucking behavior. It's just confusing. Because I always wonder, like, does anybody truly actually think that Mr. Beast content is good? Or is it only good when you're a kid, when you see this extravagant shit? Especially because Mr. Beast has time and time again kind of scammed his kid audience. Like, if you sign this shirt right, you'll be able to get an iPhone 7. Back when he did that shit and got called out for that, he got really nervous. He had nervous, like, reactions about that shit when people called him out for that. And then that all of a sudden stopped. And you wonder why people don't exactly trust him. He has done really shady shit before. Least we fucking forget. He has done shady shit before. And it's just a matter of time before YouTube and the world is oversaturated with things. I mean, dude, AI... What's that fucking AI fruit thing on TikTok or whatever the fuck? Fruit Island... Some fucking Fruit Island thing or whatever that's just purely AI-generated slop for the piggies. I forget what it's called. But it's really bad. Because, like, holy crap, sometimes I just wonder. I wish... Because there are, like, again, I know content creators that are genuinely funny and deserve all the recognition in the world. I think Roofaroofaroofarus is a great example of that. Genuinely funny. Genuinely, like, an interesting person. Very sweet and wholesome. And I could see being incredibly successful. Same with, Anna Berry. Anna Banana 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 Banana. She's also incredibly funny and talented. these types of people deserve the spaces that are being occupied by idiots. People that don't deserve it. People that demand that they get this placement. And it makes me upset because no matter how hard you work, it really feels like no matter what we do, it never amounts to anything, no matter how hard you try. And that's a part of the luck part of it, right? But at the same time, the big part of it that is because these bigger content creators, they know they're boring as shit. That's why there's so many view botters. Because if you really think about it, if their content was genuinely good, they wouldn't need the view bot, would they? They would never feel the need to rise in the rankings through view bots. Because no one wants to watch their garbage-ass content. No one finds them funny. Meanwhile, people like Anaberry are playing games, you know, and actually being funny. Luferis, you know, Cafe Fox. People that I've already gotten to know. That I generally think are pretty funny. These people are making actual content. Actually doing things that people are interested in. They deserve so much more. You know, it's funny. I've always said this, but about people. I would trade my life if I... Here's the thing. I would say this. If I had the ability to trade my life, be forgotten, as in I cease to exist permanently. As in, I never existed in people's minds. I was never technically born. No one, not even my parents, not my brother, no one would remember me at all. And I could trade my life in that capacity to be permanently erased from existence. To make all of my family's and friends' wishes come true. Would I do that? And without a second thought, yes. I would want them to succeed. I know that it's partially selfish to do that too. Because I know deep down that they wouldn't want that. They don't need to achieve their dream. At least my parents, wise. My mom would fucking kill me. She'd find a way to bring me back just to beat my ass. But I personally would do that. Because I think that there are so many wonderful people in this world that deserve the recognition, that deserve the freedom to not worry, and the choices to truly be what they've always wanted to be. Sure, I'd be scared about what happens when I cease to exist. What would that look like? Would that look like anything? What would I see? Now, of course, that's scary. But I'd still be more than happy to do so. Knowing that people that deserve true happiness have gotten their true happiness. Because nothing comes without a cost. And I'm more than willing to be that cost. Because I believe that those people deserve everything. They deserve that chance. Some would argue that I deserve a chance. I'm like, eh. You deserve a chance too. Eh. The fuck you mean, eh? Eh. Let me die, damn you. No! Yes! It'd be really funny. Just like someone's like, but you too deserve a chance. Eh. They just get really mad. What the fuck you mean? Eh. Stop defeating yourself. Eh. Eh. Whew. My roommate has decided to use our broken vacuum to vacuum right now. Pain. That thing stinks. Got a broken belt, so it really stinks. Hold up to stop! Stop vacuuming. But, you know, like I said, content creation today feels so much different than it was before. Back then, it had soul. And I'm not talking about the gross out era. I'm not talking about what people call the YouTube Renaissance, when I actually call that the dark era, where there was too much going on. I personally argue that sometimes things like the human body cake might be a little too much. I can't fucking find... What am I missing? Be clean, damn you! Breathe, damn you! Yeah, 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 yeah! Fucking SpongeBob meme. I'm CPR certified. So I could make that joke. Like, for real, like, breathe, damn you! Yeah, yeah! Breathe, damn you! Yeah, yeah! Yes. Next. Yes. Where are you? Where are you? Ah, here we go. Ah, dirty. Dirty. Yes. 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 Yeah. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Hello, trade. Welcome in. Welcome in. All right. Where is this one? It's the base floor of sector of inner sector. One. This one. Ah. Yes. Yes. Where are you? Do, 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 do. Huh? Where is the base wall divider? There's a base wall divider. Oh. What it? What? What it? What? Ah! Yes! Woo! I did it, Goku! Oh, look, it's the Air Buster! Make me clean this whole ass Air Buster for $150? Fuck you. Cheapskate. I'll take it. You fucking running. Nuclear explosions. Just everything possibly fucking stuck. I wish I had money right now because Goat Simulator 3 updated with a bunch of DLC that I want, but I can't afford it. Dude, I love Goat Simulator. Such a funny game. Goat Simulator 3 is really good. My finger hurts still. Let me try to go down. Goat, 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 goat. Welcome to the goat. Welcome to the Goat Simulator. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Goat Simulator 3. Doo-doo-doo-doo. They just released another DLC. It's crazy. They just brought the Buck to the Future pack, which is pretty funny, with a bunch of new outfits and some more story shit. Pretty cool. And a bunch of new fucking little dingle-dongles. The Badlands Furry Road. With a bunch of more shit to do. Super duper pack. The Hocus Pocus pack. I want them all. I want all these DLC, but they all cost about $7, $8. I already bought the Multiverse pack. Dude, the Multiverse one was pretty fun. I am not gonna lie. The actual specific, like, Multiverse pack was dope. It was a pretty fun time. You had own story and shit like that. You had to find the fucking, like, Infinity Stones, and one of them happened to be, like, a kidney stone. You had to go inside the big fuck-off creature's fucking body and grab a kidney stone by playing, like, this, like, Diablo-esque, like, gameplay inside of her fucking rectum, and it's like, what the fuck? Shit was whack as fuck, dog. Coming at you. But I really do like yapping sometimes. Also, just a heads up, like I said, this Saturday is going to be a collaboration for Outlast Trials. With Anna and Lufarufarufarufaris. So I thought that was pretty dope. It should be a fun time. It's gonna be happening sometime in the afternoon instead of 6:30, so that we have a lot more time to play the game. About 1 p.m. I think 1 p.m. Yes, 1 p.m. PST. Whoa. Afternoon stream on the weekend? Not at night when I'm sleepy as fuck? I'm gonna get high. If I could get weed gummies, I would totally get high for next fucking, next, like, collab. That would be so fucking funny. And I don't tell anybody that I'm baked as fuck. That would be so fucking... It's just like, are you okay? Yeah, fucking... Feeling really good right now. Dude. This mirror, is that waffle flying right now? What? What? Are you high right now? No. No? You're totally high right now, aren't you? No. No? Sir, I'm just doing my job. I don't care about all your fucking bullshit. Sir, can you just stop messaging me about whatever the fuck you're messaging me about? I do not care. I am just washing. I need to get paid. I got bills to pay. I don't give a shit. My life in the trenches against the zombies as a British trooper. Oh, shit! Look at them dirty ass hands. This thing gets so damn dirty if it never sees any action. Some of this ain't even dust. Some of this is just like Mako and shit. Like burned scuff mark. Action, why the fuck is he so damn dirty? Let's not question it. Little bit of cleaning up in yours, please. Dee 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 dee. Dee dee dee. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Dee 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 dee. It's dirty in there. Dirty. Yeah. Some of that's rust. Do not remotely believe you that this thing has not seen any action. Because how the fuck is it this fucked up? What them hands do? Dog doing? What the dog do? What the dog? What? Wub. 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 What? Wub. 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 Yep. Yeah. This motherfucker dirty as hell. Power washing simulator. Power washing simulator. Gotta clean up the robot cause he's really, 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 really fucking dirty. Doo, 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 doo. Got a really dirty robot. He's a really, really, really dirty robot. He's a really, really dirty robot. Doo, 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 doo. He's a really dirty robot. He's a really, really dirty robot. What the f- Get your bitch ass hands away from me, dog. I can't fucking clean you if you got your hands on top of me with them dirty ass fingies, dog. With your Cheeto ass looking hands. Get your Cheeto ass having motherfucking hands off me, motherfucker. Get your Cheeto having hands off my motherfucking head. Perfect. Clean. You will be clean. Will be clean. Will feel the power of my cleaning. And you will be clean. Will know what it is like to be clean. Your filth shall not last. It shall be a rat. Every nook and cranny. It's I'm very quiet all of a sudden. I'm just like, I don't know, just fucking this. Sucker. I really don't know what else to talk about, really. I mean, I could talk about a lot of things, like, in general, like, have plans and stuff like that. Like, I have plans to work on a Dead by Daylight video. Not playing it, but literally talking about the reasons why I legitimately just fear playing that game, nor would I ever want to touch that shit. Because I could talk about it here, about what's going to be in the video, because it's not too complicated. Like, the reason why I don't want to play things like Dead by Daylight is, like, it's not a good game, first off. Like, that's just apparent. People might argue that, like, horror is subjective, but, like, horror has, like, an aspect that should be followed through. And Dead by Daylight isn't scary. Like, I think, like, one of the most consensus thing about, like, horror media is that it's gotta be scary to a capacity. It's gotta consistently scare people. If it scares, like, the 1 or 2 average people, that's just more startling than anything. Like, FNAF isn't really a horror game. It's just a it's a startling game. It's more of a, like, more like a working simulator that has, like, jump scares in it. Not really a spooky game. I mean, again, there's aspects that could be scary, but, like, does it follow the horror tropes or like, follow any way to, like, leave the player scared for their life or all that other shit? Maybe the first game, sure. I argue the first game is the closest it gets to potentially being a horror game. And then it takes a nosedive. So when I see Dead by Daylight, a game that literally started off with pretty good intentions, came out in the era when Layers of Fear came out, and the Amnesia Collection, like, alongside some of the most top-tier horror games of all time. It just doesn't stand out as, like, all that interesting. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't, like, come off as inspired or unique anymore. Especially because it's lost its identity. That's the thing that I always said that I didn't really like about, Dead by Daylight, is that it lost its identity pretty fucking fast. Dead by Daylight had unique characters, and then they started adding, like, collaboration characters, and the thing that is the biggest draw away for me is that they added characters that make no fucking sense to exist in their game. I'm sorry, I don't care how much you like Leon Kennedy or Amanda Wong. They don't belong in that game. I don't care. Nemesis doesn't belong. Pyramid Head. Ooh, that one pissed me the fuck off to no fucking end. Pyramid Head does not belong in that game. That is James's specific thing. I care the fuck not what you want. It does not belong. And it's really annoying that Capcom keeps doing that. Allowing their entity to exist in other games it doesn't belong in, completely tarnishing the legacy of Pyramid Head. All for that shit. And Nemesis, for that matter, too. They both had a significant legacy, and they do not need to be added into random shit that they legitimately just don't have a purpose for it. Again, Nemesis specifically is, like, drawn to Star's characters, right? His whole purpose is to kill Jill because he's a, well, she's a Stars member, right? The stupid fucking Nemesis guy is supposed to be just that. One goal, one track mind. It cares not about anybody else. So why the fuck is it in a game about killing 4 random people? Well, the entity will just make them be, like, will make them think, they'll make Nemesis think that they're all Stars members by tricking it. Man, if you gotta write a reason why a creature, like, that has a specific set of rules and lore to, like, essentially argue that it belongs in this universe, it doesn't belong in that universe. You gotta have a real reason for shit to exist. And that is not one of them. I care the fuck not what you want. Like, stick to your own characters. The collaboration idea is so stupid. I'm sorry, I'm not a fan of collaborations in video games like Overwatch. The amount of collaborations in that is just really annoying. Especially because they also cost an absurd amount of money. Which is also just as ridiculous. So, when it comes to killers, the DLC characters always come with, like, this ability that basically breaks the game. And so, it just feels like stupid. Like, and then don't even get me started on the idea of some characters just do not actually legitimately belong. Like the Tokyo Ghoul one. Like, dude, that is such a contrast to your game, dude. Like, what the fuck is that? The fuck you mean anime just now exists? The people in the game, for the most part, are supposed to represent real-world human beings. They're more realistic. And then you just add anime characters to your fucking game? Like, dude, no, stop, please. Also, the fuck you mean Tokyo Ghoul? What fucking part of Tokyo Ghoul is horrifying? Yeah, there's a lot of gore and shit, but that's not horror. Like, this is what I mean by it lost its identity. Like, it doesn't have a significant reason to exist. Like, so many of the characters that exist in the game do not need to exist. Some of them break the lore. Like, because their very existence is a contradiction. Their very existence would destroy their canonical canon lore. So, in the end, it's just really stupid. Because, like, what do you mean? Like, what the fuck do you mean? You can just sit there and tell me that Nemesis, Leon Kennedy, and several other people from franchises, like, don't even give me, like, Lara Croft. What the fuck is she doing there? Like, no, seriously. What the fuck do you mean, Lara Croft? The Tomb Raider? The lady with the tombs. Who does the tombs and shit. You know, more grounded in reality for the most part. Like, what the fuck do you mean? Their entire thing is more, has like so much real, it's like a lot of the horror is based off of real interesting shit. That's what it's become. It's become a multiplayer, like, cash grab than it was before, because originally it wasn't even like that. And then they just turned into that. And there's just not a reason for them to do that, because their game sucks! Their game is imbalanced, it's broken, it's buggy, it runs on a garbage engine. 99% of the time, it's spaghetti code. I'm not even kidding you. It's spaghetti code. And I don't know how the fuck people excuse this shit so often. It's atrocious. Their behavior as the company is also pretty bad. Like, I mean that too. Like, during the Walking Dead event, yes, they added the Walking Dead characters to the game. Yes, yet again, another collaboration that really just doesn't make sense. Why would the entity care about people from The Walking Dead? Why would Albert Wesker specifically go... Yeah, you know, Albert Wesker's in the game too. You know, that guy. And I'm pretty sure it's his, like, Resident Evil 5 or 6 counterpart. AKA the strongest he's ever been. The Speed Blitz demon himself. What the fuck do you mean? Albert Wesker would not give a flying fuck about this entity. Just absolute... and I generally have to ask the people of Dead by Daylight's community, do you actually care about your game or not? Because at points I feel like you don't. I'm not even kidding you. There are times where I will see the community just have, like, the weirdest takes. Also, hello, Roger. Roger, welcome in. I'm just talking about Dead by Daylight. And my, like, absolute fascination with why this game just... That game just sucks. So bad. And from an outsider's perspective, not even an insider's perspective, because the inside, people are, like, absolutely constantly doing the weirdest shit. I'm telling you, one of the biggest reasons I don't want to ever play Dead by Daylight is because, let me fucking tell you something, the community will fucking literally try to get you canceled over assumedly tunneling. Even when they're fucking necessarily fuck-ass wrong. When they are literally making shit up about tunneling. And instead of backing down and just being wrong, they will double, triple, quadruple down and then try to further cancel you. I'm like, dude, the fuck is wrong with you? Play the fucking event. Like, oh my god. It's like, there's so many Survivor... Tunneling is essentially... The best way that I can explain tunneling... I'm gonna turn off the music for a second. The best way that I can explain tunneling that I've learned is that you are hyper-focused on one person and one person only. That person's gotta go. You are constantly sitting, waiting for them to get... When you're hooked, you basically sit there and look at them only the whole round until they either die or somebody tries to unhook them. Then you kill them again, and you chase them only. They are they are literally tunneling. You know, like horses with blinders on type of thing. They're only hyper-focusing on that one person. While that can be a very negative thing to do, it's not a bannable offense. It's just frustrating to deal with. But that's how the game works. Unfortunately, especially because the game is so fucking imbalanced that tunneling is a part of the strategy on purpose. Because there are parts of the game where survivors are just at a massive advantage to the point that taking out the weakest link and forcing a 3v1 is more advantageous than just letting them just do that shit. It's like, you gotta let us win. Literally, I boil down most Survivor mains to, I wanna win, let me win. Almost 99.9% of the time. And that very small percentage are people that actually don't do that. And keep in mind, there are VTubers, trans VTubers, non-trans VTubers, the content creators like Matthew Santoro, who are all fuck-ass fucking annoyingly toxic. I'm like, shit, fuck, dude. Yeah, you know Matthew Santoro, that guy from back in the day? Apparently he plays Dead by Daylight and is like one of the most fucking toxic pieces of shit in existence. I'm like, damn. That's crazy. Just sitting there and I'm like, look, I get it. And you know what's funny is one of the biggest things that make me laugh about like what the a lot of the Survivor main players that specifically are annoying as shit, they always get mad at Lightborn as like an ability. And for those of you who don't know what Lightborn is, because I didn't know when people were complaining about it, because I don't play the game, but I did my research. Lightborn is an ability that prevents this so there's a flashlight in the game, and if a character flashes you as the killer, it'll stun you for a little bit and blind you so you can't see them. So they created a perk that prevented the flashlight because the flashlight became a problem. So in Dead by Daylight developer fashion, they make a hot fix, aka a band-aid fix for the problem, which happened to be Lightborn. And so people get mad that they can't stun you anymore. Because a lot of times, a lot of these players aren't actually really good at the game at all. Nothing wrong with being bad at the game, but when you're an egotistical prick that likes to cancel people for no fucking reason and end people's, like, not only their careers in the game, but also their fucking actual real-world careers, I don't hold sympathy for you, because you're a fucking asshole. Play the fucking game. Kill yourself. When they're like one of these VTubers, like specifically, and it's not because they're trans. I'm trans. That'd be stupid, right? That'd be fucking hypocrisy up the ass, right? Because a lot of people were calling them out because they were trans, and I thought that was stupid. Right? They legitimately... Okay, Because, like, here's, like, what my problem was is that they were bitching. They were bitching like a motherfucker. Like, badly bitching. About, like, shit. It wasn't like, oh, you know, maybe, because, like, the way that they were handling it sounded like it was, like, the worst thing that you've ever seen. Like, they were being the scum of the earth, like, targeting them the whole thing, and it literally was they got tunneled once. Because of the circumstances. And then they died naturally. Throughout the game. One time got tunneled. One. And then false reported them. Mind you. False reported them. Mind you. And their friend, the VTuber's friend, told the person, like, kill themselves. I'm like, and that's not even the only one. There's several instances of this type of behavior. I'm just sitting there as, like, if you're a Dead by Daylight player, hey, the fuck are you that miserable? Just stop playing the fucking game, dog. It's clearly affecting your mental health. I've had people that I watch that I actually think are really good content creators for that space, right? And like, when somebody said, should I play this game? They literally said, hard stop. No. For your mental health, do not play that game. It's for your own good. You have been warned. When a content creator whose whole purpose is to make content around that game to entice people to play the game literally has to say the opposite because of how bad it is, that's a problem. That's not funny. That's a huge fucking red flag. That's not a little flag. That's a massive flag. And nothing wrong with playing Dead by Daylight. Like, if you still like playing the game, then go for it. Play it. Enjoy it. But you gotta know, you gotta stop acting like a self-entitled prick. Like, what the fuck? You make League of Legends players look like saints. Because I've never seen more unhinged behavior than Dead by Daylight. That game just should stop existing for how bad of a community it has. Like, and the devs are no better. During the, like I was trying to say earlier, what's it called? The Walking Dead, event, or whatever, where they had the Walking Dead characters. Right? They actually invited one of the actors to essentially come in and play Dead by Daylight for the event with some content creators. And funny enough, while they were playing in a custom lobby, hackers got into the game and joined their spectator mode, hacking their game and making it borderline unplayable. And then while it was getting really bad, one of the content creators came up with a solution. You know what that solution was? Get his trusted, hear that out, trusted moderators to fill up the lobby space. That way, the hackers couldn't get in. Solid strategy, and it worked. For the 2 seconds that the devs didn't outright ban that, like, got them out of the game. And I want you to know, how stupid are you as a development team for you to walk in and then see that your content creator gave you an out? A perfect solution to the problem. Wasn't the greatest solution, but it was damn better than letting hackers consistently ruin your games. And so, in the end, they had to cut the live short because they could not get the hackers to stop. I don't know what dev team thinks that that is the smartest move in history. But they killed their own bridges. They burned bridges faster then other people can fix it. Other people are trying to help you, and you keep narcissistically going, no, no. Because it definitely was narcissism, because you could hear the woman in the background be like, no, you can't do that. Like, the way it's clear as narcissistic tendency. I hope that bitch, whoever was doing that, got fucking fired. Because, like, legitimately, you are so bad for PR. That's not even, like, a minor fuck-up. That's a major fuck-up in a company. That is not a little thing. That's a massive thing that does not and should not go under the surface. That shit should be recognized as a problem. That person should be recognized as somebody who created a massive problem and needs to be removed from your company. Because all that's gonna do is make it worse. You would not catch me doing any of that type of shit. That's just stupid. Nah. You can find a different job somewhere else. You should not be running in a company for a promotional event with an actor who most likely doesn't want to have to do anything with you ever again because of how you treated them. Because you treated him like he was just paper and trash. Disrespected your guest, who was just trying to tell you what the plan was, that he thought it was a good plan too. And instead, you back him down, tell him to fuck off, essentially. And he backs down all defeated. Why the fuck are you doing that to your own guests? The fuck? Punch him in the eye, why don't you? While you're fucking at it. Freak. Like, what the fuck? Like, and I mean it when I say that it is so strange for, like, people to do that type of shit. What were you thinking? Like, what were you thinking? Like, Dead by Daylight is a game I've been talking about because I don't know how to feel about it. All I know is I'd never touched that shit with a 10-foot pole because of how bad its community is. So fucking scary. To lose my entire life, my job, my friends, my family, because some fucking prick in a game got mad at me for assumedly tunneling, even though I have no idea what I'm doing. All because your ego was shattered because you lost a match in a PvP game where losses are normal. It's okay. There's not even a ranked mode. There isn't even a ranked mode. So what is the point of getting that angry? What is the point of losing your fucking mind over a game that has no stakes in it? Destroying somebody's life. What is wrong with these people? Like, this is the average DBD player. In everybody's mind. Their reputation is in the gutters because of people like that. And their devs are no better. I'm just losing my mind, man. Like, oh my god. My Daylight players just absolutely confuse my brain. Like, I don't know how the fuck you can end up like that. In general. Don't tell people to off themselves because you had a bad experience. Like, look. If you're playing a PvE game and you tell, like, the AI to, like, fucking kill yourself. Like, you know that it's not a real thing. It's not gonna get butthurt over that. It's not gonna be detrimental to do that, you know? Just, it's a ones and zeros. But when it's a real person on the other end, and you're telling that person to kill themselves because you get mad about a video game, like, and then you have the audacity to upload, like, no context, just your rant. And then when people call that out, you still bitch about it and bitch about these new people. That's definition entitlement. And I really don't think a lot of Dead by Daylight players really understand that, like, you can just not do that. You can choose not to be a dick about everything you play, right? And it's why whenever I get invited to play, you know, DBD, I refuse wholeheartedly. Because I've seen the community, and I don't want anything to do with it. The community... Normally, I can separate the, you know, the game from its community. Or, like, the media from its community if, you know, if I actually enjoy a media, right? Except that Dead by Daylight and is its community. The game is the community, because that's the thing you're going to be dealing with. That's the thing about live service games. You're forced to deal with that type of shit. That's just how it works. It isn't as simple as just getting out and, you know, just experiencing the game from, like, without the community. The community will always be in that game. Because it's a... What now? Right. PvP game. That sucks. Because, like, of course it's gonna suck. It sucks because, again, not only is the game not being, like, you know, appreciated and, like, you know, by the devs and, like, worked on. They're just adding, like, characters for the sake of collaborations and free money. Because, just as I say about Fortnite, it's just become a billboard for other things. Like, Fortnite isn't a game, it's a billboard. Not a... It'll never be a game. It's literally just an advertisement for all these other brands. It's just a massive brand thing. And that just sucks. Because you want to know something funny? You want a good game that basically does what DBD is trying to do? In the horror genre? Go play Outlast Trials. I am not kidding you. That game is really good. Unironically, that game is really, really good. I didn't know if it was going to be good or not. I really wanted to try it. And I didn't know if it was going to be super good. But, like, the game is solid. I don't know any other game that's gonna make me morally question if I want to complete a game story, a game's mission objective. I have hard denied playing one of the missions because my morals refuse. What game could make me do that? Over ones and zeros, mind you. Because it hit a chord way too close to home. And that in itself is amazing writing. Amazing world building and storytelling. And it's multiplayer. The thing that they wanted, the only difference is it's not PvP, it's just PvE. And it works in its favor because a lot of the entities are awesome. A lot of the, I forget what they're called in the game. I forget what the major, bad guys are in the game. They have like they have a term for what they are. but they're essentially like the major and like they're the major bad guys. And because of the major bad guys, they're usually have like a shit ton of story about them, and they're all pretty fucked in some capacity. Mother Gooseberry is a great example of one of the really good ones. One of the most fucked up ones is like this guy. He's like a major deformity, and he has like this obsession with like being a baby. And he's really creepy and like way too sexual. And there's like a lore reason why he acts the way that he does, but it's still incredibly unnerving. Like, it's really good. Every entity has a reason for its existence. Every creature that exists is there that fits to the world. The world doesn't need to explain why they're there. The characters do that for themselves. Like, they don't need the world to explain why they exist. Their backstories give them every bit of motivation to make them fit into the lore and story. The story doesn't need to revolve around the characters. The characters revolve around the story, which is incredibly important for a horror game. As horror game stories should not revolve around the minor characters. Instead, should revolve around the character, revolving around the atmosphere, the world, and building of the universe to create this fucked up world that you live in that makes you afraid of everything. And these characters fit representatively perfectly. And that's just something I think that Dead by Daylight doesn't do very well. The entity is just... I don't know. Hey! Hey! And... Open! Give me your hand. Give me. But, like, again, Dead by Daylight's just really weird. From One Piece? No. Not One Piece. Are you a Dead by Daylight player, Roger? Are you one of them? No. Sweats with over 10,000 hours. No. I'm just uncomfortable. Well, then get comfortable. Get a blanket. Get some hot cocoa. Sit down. We're just chilling. I'm just talking about things. I'm just very passionate about the stuff that I talk about. So sometimes I sound like I'm really, really, really fucking angry. I'm just really, really fucking confused by, like, Dead by Daylight in general. Because I wish I could like a game like that, but, like, it's just not worth your time. I argue that you really don't need to play that. You could play things like Outlast Trials. You could play any other horror game in existence, and you would have a much better experience. But it scratches that, like, thriller killer thing. It's like, yeah, it's because it's a thriller game. It's not a horror game. You want a PvP experience. I mean, if you really want to know just how much of a horror game it's that Dead by Daylight isn't, just know that they used to have an esport. The competitive Dead by Daylight. Like, high-level competitive Dead by Daylight. Esport. Dead by Daylight. How much more unserious do you need to be to think a horror game? Imagine, like, Cry of Fear multiplayer becoming, like an esport or something like that. Wouldn't make much sense, would it? My head hurts after hours of doing research for a progress report on a project in microbiology. I cannot relax. I am stressed. No stress! Now you're dead. My stomach hurts. Stretching. It's pretty funny. But like I said, I don't know, and I don't know. Like, I really don't know. Like, Dead by Daylight is such a fucking weird mess, you know? I'm so over, like, the moon about talking about it because, god damn, have I seen some of the craziest shit. I want you to know how wild it was. I had my mouth ajar when I learned that Matthew Centaro, the guy who used to do, like, those weird, like, top 5 videos or whatever back in the day when that was a really big thing. That guy who did a bunch of shit and had, like, some sort of controversy with, like, about some really dark shit, turns around and becomes, like, this super mega toxic guy. That's some crazy shit. I'd rather play Dandy's World as a latch-disc effort than not play Dead by Daylight. Like, look, I'm just saying, you could play any game in the entire world, and you would have a much better experience than ever touching Dead by Daylight. Because Dead by Daylight is just like, to me, I don't want to hate the game, and I don't want to shit on the community, but the community does not do itself any services. It really, really doesn't do itself any justice. It's like they really go so hard at being everything that they shouldn't be. They're miserable. They're blaming each other for everything. Like, it felt like if just watching content on it makes me feel like I've been playing the game. That's how bad it is. That when a person who is watching it and from a sideline feels like they have spent thousands of hours dealing with these people as a avid watcher. To me, it's just crazy. And I want you to know that not every Dead by Daylight player is like that. It's not every single one of them. I mean, that would be ironically sad if it was. But, like, the majority of players truly are just not okay. Like, there's something wrong with those people. I just want people to know that, like, damn. And I don't like people, like, about the trans person, right? Who was a Dead by Day player basically telling somebody to kill themselves and false reporting them. Like, dude, what the fuck? All the people that were attacking her for basically being trans as an excuse because they were being angry about Dead by Daylight, no. Stop that. You're cringe, you're stupid, and you're dumb. It's okay to criticize them for the shitty behaviors that they're doing, sure. But it has nothing to do with their gender. Like, shut up. Stop being cringe. Shut up. You're so fucking cringe. Shut up. Those types of people just... shut up. The adults are talking. Shh. Quiet. We're trying to have an actual conversation here. Hush. Whap. That's what you get. Oh. I don't know. I just like to exist, you know? I like to enjoy the things that I play. I like to have fun. I like to not be stressed out of my mind. Dead by Daylight is just not my thing. I know it's not my thing. I know that I'll never play that game. Even if there's a remarkable amount of interest in it. Like a very small margin of interest. But that interest is not enough to suffer the unending pain that game would inflict on me. In all honesty. Like, I'm gonna be real. Ah. Eh. And I like, again, like, if you look at Outlast Trials versus, like, Dead by Daylight, it's like, it's night and day just how good one is over the other. Sure, one came out way, way earlier. You could argue that maybe it's just kind of outdated. You could argue that, sure. I could see that being a solid argument if it wasn't for the fact that they've had multiple years of changes that could have been good. If they just... did their thing. Ah. It's just, when it comes to, like, Dead by Daylight, like, they've had years, and I'm talking years, to improve the formula in any capacity. And I think one of the most important, crucial aspects is how fucking boring the game is after the first, maybe like the first 2-3 hours, you might find some enjoyment from, like, its repetition. But, like, think about it like this. The Outlast Trials games has so much, like, things to do. Sure, every objective boils down to, like, a very finite thing. Sure. But there are multiple objectives for every character. It's not, you're not just playing, running at a generator, turning, and trying to get the generator active. Go to generator, turn it on, you know, while the bad guy tries to stop you from doing that exact thing. So, all I can say is, like, for that type of shit, is, like, that type of repetition gets really boring really fast. So when you're bored out of your fucking mind, because it's the same shit over and over and over again. What fun is there to be had when the entire experience is borderline just exactly the same shit over and over again? At some point, it's gonna get boring. And for me, a game to keep me interested in it, it's gotta do more than just add a character or two. There's gotta be substance, there's gotta be things to do, there's gotta be new things. Right? Because that's a game. Sure, at first it's a game, and it's brand new, and it's fresh right out the fucking gate. But Dead by Daylight hasn't changed since its inception. It hasn't really done anything. I don't give a fuck what type of perks or anything like that. There's just nothing else other than generators, 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 generators. A new map comes out, it's just gonna be generators. Like, again, nothing changes. The game is exactly the same since it's been inception. And that's kind of the problem. People have become so finite with the game's gameplay that now there's not really much else to talk about. Now it's just players' agency and skill, and people complaining about that their skill is being outmatched because they think that they deserve to win because they think that they're better. Instead of proving that they're better and realizing that they lost, instead of learning from that and then trying to, like, you know, learn how to be a better player and improve from that mistake that they did in that match, they blame everybody around them except, well, themselves. Because why the fuck would they? The game doesn't even... The game holds their hand, too, for the most part. That's what I've noticed, too, is that, like, the game truly holds survivors' hands. And sometimes the killer, too. The killer's got their own set of problems, but it really is survivors, for the most part, that I've seen more issues with than anything else. That's just quite awkward. Like, survivor players are horrifying. While killer players can be kind of annoying. Just as much. It's not even that it's survivor-sided. I wouldn't argue that it's survivor-sided, except for the most recent patch, unironically, that they apparently just nerfed. I would argue that the devs heavily want their survivors to stick around, if that makes sense. They're afraid that because they're... Okay, here's a really good way to exemplify it. You ever played Team Fortress 2? Who's the most popular character in Team Fortress 2? Hello, introvert. Welcome in. Yeah, who's the most popular character in Team Fortress 2? Statistically, based off of the mains, the most popular character is actually Soldier. He is the most pick-rated character in the game. He's incredibly popular. Most of your YouTubers are going to be cosplaying as, like, some sort of soldier. Their TF2 persona is gonna be a soldier. And that's because Soldier is incredibly strong. And it's very soldier-coded, even though other characters still can shine. Because the game always feels like Soldier gets everything and everybody else gets nothing. Market gardeners, multiple unique weapons dedicated to his unique loadouts, several other things. And even then, I argue that other characters shine a lot better. Like, Scout is such an amazing character because I honestly think that he's more or less their mascot. Of course he is. He's the Scout. Oh, I'm the Scout. Like, he is the scout. Bucket of chicken. Hey, got a bucket of chicken here. Bucket of chicken. So, like, I don't know. I think, like, a lot of people don't realize that Dead by Daylight is a very awkward game because, like, of course it is. Because not only is it a janky, broken, buggy mess full of many problems, including many of its perks being way too overpowered for the average player, if not, like, the majority of players. But on top of that, there are other issues. Like how the game is not, like, new player friendly at all. You cannot be a new player and get into that game without having, like, a headache. It's like, that's the thing about Dead by Daylight that sucks all the time, is that you wish that it would be better, you wish that it was fun, but it's not. Also, should I do a Team Fortress 2 stream? Unironically. I used to stream Team Fortress 2 from time to time. That'd be cool. Because I haven't played Team Fortress 2 in a long time. A few more places. Where else? Got one. And so, I don't know, I just feel like... I just wish Dead by Daylight actually focused on what they should have focused on from the very beginning, but, you know, they didn't, and that's perfectly fine. It's just the way that it is now, and there's nothing to do about it. But, again, the potential of that game was extremely high. And, it's dead. Because, again, new players aren't able to really get their, like, get any good, like, notions on it. Like, what is a new player supposed to do when there are players with thousands of hours? The MMR system for the game is not exactly friendly towards them. And that's why the Survivor experience is so weird, is because it's trying to entice new players to play the game. But why would they play this game that they essentially, even though they're trying to entice new players, It's just sad, you know? I see a lot of potential and a lot of love from a community that is extremely passionate about a game, you know? They truly love that game. I know a lot of them truly love that game. That they genuinely care for it. But that care is obscured by poor management, bad devs that don't genuinely know what they're doing anymore. And are honestly probably just tired of making it. And want it to go away, but they can't. It is a part of their enjoyment. It's a part of their day. Even when they're upset and angry to no end. They're not angry because of just entitlement. Some are angry because they wish the game were better. They wish more people would give it a try, but they're afraid to give it to other people because of just how bad everything truly is, from its fundamentals to its spaghetti code to its own player base. Every part of facet of the game is filled to the brim with issues. Also, excuse me, my model probably died because my second half of the internet. Also, we should check on AJ. I'm gonna... I'm back. A lot of fucking shit. You know, again, I think that Dead by Daylight could have been one of the greatest games if it just wasn't so fucking stupid. All fuck-assed. Like, there's a part of me that just gets really confused Alright, that's one. I'm really confused by, like, Dead by Daylight, because, like, it's not... Again, it's not horrendous. It's not, like, the worst game in existence. It's just a really bad game that really just... It's just... It's out of time. I argue that it is literally just out of time. It just isn't a game anymore. It's like a shell of what it was once before. Base side panel plate. Where the dirt at? I'm sorry. How do I get... Alright. Alright. Wrist hinge. That you bastard. Thought I got you. Thought I got you, you cocksucker. Be clean, damn you. Perfect. Yeah, look at him all being shiny and shit. Ah. Midgard is free. Yay! Ooh! Wow. Wow. I can get the fuck out of here now. Look how clean. But I think it's a good time to skedaddle skedoodle. Your dick is now a nude. Because it's 11 o'clock, I'm tired. And I'm probably gonna go do something off stream with friends of that since the new golf map is out for battle golf. So I wanna go over to it. Or the noodles. Noodle skedoodle. But I'll be back tomorrow. What is tomorrow? Friday. Okay. I'll be back tomorrow, and then we'll be back Saturday. Everybody, you have a good rest of your night. Get good sleepies. Drink some water. Probably not before you go to bed, because you'll pee yourself, and then I'll laugh at you. And if you're into that, I won't laugh at you. I'll just stare at you uncomfortably. And if you're into that, I'll take your eyeballs. If you're into that, I'm just gonna kick you to the moon. And if you're into that, I'll disintegrate you. If you're into that, I'm just gonna walk away. Have a good rest of your day. Enjoy. Ooh. Hey, Tiki-Taki, you guys go first. You must go first. Disintegration! They got disintegration. And now it's your guys' time. Hey, guys, have a good rest of your night. Rest well. Well. Goodbye. Disintegrate.